Dear friends, good afternoon. Welcome to the 13th of Ukrainian Investigative Journalism Conference. My name is Lyudmila Pankratova, and I'm the Executive Director for the Regional Press Development Institute, and this organization annually, for 13 years now, have been organizing the conferences like this for investigative journalists all over the country and also from abroad. As a rule, we bring in journalists from all over the world, as I already said. So we will have people from Ukraine, from Armenia, from Moldova. Those are the new partners, and we will be talking about the projects that we are launching shortly. Then we have people from Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, from the US, Denmark, and the Netherlands, and Germany, and Belgium, UK, Bulgaria, Sweden, and so on. So we will have a good count of every country and all the people who took part in this conference. Unfortunately, this pandemic did not allow us to have this conference full scale, because we wanted to invite even more people. So it's kind of a hybrid format that we're applying now. So we have invited a limited number of journalists, and everybody else could join us online. We are broadcasting this conference on the website, so we will let everybody in to watch, because this is a very interesting event, and we will have many topics to discuss. The topic of this conference is collaboration and impact and synergies of investigative reporters, and that has been chosen intentionally because, the journalists are working a lot to facilitate democratic transformations in the society. They help fight corruption. They disclose some negative phenomena and events that take place, and they have huge impact in this regard. So during today's conference, and this conference will take place today and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, so we will work 3 days in total, and we will be discussing cooperation of journalists from different countries that work on some complicated and important topics. So we will be talking about how they network, how they find each other, how they communicate, how they work on some complex topics, and we will have discussions about journalism standards, the ethical standards in the work of journalism. And we will be also discussing the ethical component of this profession, because ethics and compliance with ethical standards means trust, and the public generally trusts the journalists. So we want the public to trust more, but still they trust the journalists more than the government. And the journalists were always leaders of a public opinion. We want to make everything possible to hold on to that kind of trust and also increase it, make it better. We will be talking about teaching in schools and universities. We will be talking about access to formal university education. Also, we'll be talking about the opportunities of getting education for investigative journalism. And also, we'll be talking about safety and security of journalists. We will be discussing how to address the problem of safe operations for journalists, because that is a very important component of their work. The journalism can be free only when they feel protected and safe. Of course, apart from all that, we will have a number of workshops. And I am inviting everybody to take part in those workshops, because that is a unique opportunity to listen and hear about some best practices with regard to different tools that are used globally, and that would be delivered to you by the best trainers and journalists from different countries of the world. And I'd like to thank our partners who have been helping us for many years, and donors. And with great pleasure, I will be giving floor to everyone who is joining me in this panel. They will be talking about the conference and many years of cooperation. I am now inviting Oleg Homenko, who is from the Global Network of Investigative Journalists. Please use the mic. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am very happy to see all of you at this gathering. It's a pity that the format of this gathering is not as we planned in the beginning. And I must say that I had the opportunity to take part in all the 13 conferences that we have organized from the very beginning, from 2009. And this conference turned out to be quite a complicated event. And some speakers who we invited to take part, and we actually organized everything for them to come here, they unfortunately could not, because, again, there are a lot of restrictions And we plan to have a lot of sessions and panels with the participants from the US and the EU, and somehow they have been converted to the online format. But I think that it will not stand in the way of getting good experience and good knowledge and the opportunity to communicate with our colleagues from the rest of the world. I believe that today's topic of this conference, collaboration and impact of investigative reporters, that is very important and relevant because, again, you know, the pandemic of COVID-19 opened up new opportunities for cooperation with investigative journalists. And we will be talking about how these journalists were working throughout the pandemic and how they ran the investigations in different countries and how they made impact on the public and how they impact the actions of the government. And allow me to welcome, on behalf of the global network of investigative reporters, all of the attendees and everybody who's following us online. And I wish everybody successful work, successful participation, and hopefully you'll enjoy it. Thank you, Oleg. Thank you very much. Now I am inviting Stan Nurlov, the head of the Council of Europe office in Ukraine. And the Council of Europe office in Ukraine is applying all efforts possible to create safe environment for the reporters. After this panel, we will have another big panel about journalist safety and security and their protection. We will be discussing things that we are doing now and things that need to be done to protect them, to make that environment safe. And we want to overcome that shameful situation where the crimes committed against journalists remain, not investigated. Dear participants of the 13th All-Ukrainian Investigative Journalism Conference, I sincerely thank you for cooperation, specifically with the Regional Press Development Institute. Thank you for helping us organize this conference, because this is an annual professional gathering for reporters and the experts in the field. You know, free and independent media, they play a very important role in guaranteeing the right of people to fully fledged information about social interest and also exercising oversight over government. We greatly appreciate the role of reporters and media professionals as watchdogs of democracy who shed the light to socially important issues. And now I am switching to English, with your permission.
Safety of journalists, as you said, and others who speak up on the issue of public interest has been a key part of the Council of Europe's work and reflected in the Council of Europe's standards and judgments of the European Court of Human Rights, as well as cooperation activities, including here in Ukraine. With the number of violent attacks against journalists rising across Europe, the Council of Europe is stepping up its efforts to ensure the effective implementation of recommendation from the Committee of Ministers on the protection of journalism and safety of journalists and other media actors. The Council of Europe is calling on member states to draw up all-encompassing national plans to protect the safety of journalists more effectively. The Council of Europe member states undertook the obligation to fully implement the European Convention on Human Rights and to abide by the judgments of the Court. The safety of journalists is guaranteed under several provisions of the Convention. The jurisprudence of the Court specifies member states' obligations in all aspects, including the positive obligation to protect the safety of journalists and other media actors. Unfortunately, the number of attacks against journalists and physical aggression remains an issue. And therefore, the protection of journalists and other media actors in Ukraine requires setting it as a top priority and uniting efforts of all stakeholders. The Council of Europe office in Ukraine is providing extensive support for protection of journalists, including expertise, training for journalists and law enforcement bodies, dissemination of the Council of Europe standards on protection of media actors. Also, a working group has been established with the civil society in the Office of the Prosecutor General on protection of journalists, which is a positive development, and one, by the way, that the Prosecutor General underlined yesterday in connection with the 30-year anniversary of the Prosecutor General of Ukraine. One of the instruments which helps the journalists to facilitate response to specific attacks, and I encourage you to use it more actively. I was actually speaking to Henrik about it just before we came in here, is the Council of Europe's online platform for protection of journalism and safety of journalists. The platform is, as you might know, a public space to facilitate the compilation, processing, and dissemination of information of serious concerns about media freedom and the safety of journalists in the Council of Europe member states. The platform presently has 66 active alerts regarding Ukraine, including the Crimea and territories of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, which are not under the control of the government of Ukraine and where, as such, the government of Ukraine therefore cannot act. The government has, until now, provided official responses to 70 alerts, and 11 cases has until now been resolved. The project EU and Council of Europe working together to support media freedom in Ukraine, which is also why my colleague Remy is here, speaking after me, has provided support and expertise for development of a special training course and protection of journalists in cooperation with 3 specialized educational institutions, including the National School of Judges, the National Academy of Internal Affairs, and the Training Center for Prosecutors. In other words, so to speak, the 3 main educational institutions of the law enforcement and education of justice in the country. The aim of such training is to raise awareness of relevant authorities on the scale and urgency of the problem, change the outlook, and significantly improve the nature and quality of support provided to victims. We expect that the course will soon be included in the mandatory training and retraining program for police officers, prosecutors, and judges. In addition, an online course on digital safety of journalists and media professionals will be produced in the beginning of next year, which will help to improve protection of journalists from attacks on social media accounts and other digital security threats. I wish you a fruitful conference and a lot of useful and insightful discussions during the next 3 days. And I will also, on a personal note, say I'm really very happy to see Henrik and also another colleague from Denmark here. I remember setting up networks of investigative journalists in the 90s in the Balkans, first of all, replicating the model in the Middle East, and now coming full circle here and also seeing some of it ongoing here. There's no doubt about the importance that I would like to say. So very pleased to be here, and thank you very much for letting us contribute. And thank you very much to our EU partners, as always, of course. Thank you very much. Remy.
Дуже дякую, Стене.
Thank you very much, Stan. I appreciate it. Now we are moving on with the welcoming remarks. Time flies, as you have noticed, and we need to catch up with everything, with all the things we planned for. So now I am giving floor to the Deputy Head of the Representative Office of the EU in Ukraine. I am very grateful for having the opportunity.
I'm representing here the European Union, and as Sten has already underlined, we work together on a lot of very important issues that are of direct concerns to you. And therefore, I'm very, very happy to kick off together with the colleagues here on the panel this important event. And I want to welcome all those who are looking at us here offline, but also online, and also Ukrainians, and also those from the many other countries that have been enumerated at the beginning. So, as you know, the European Union has always supported media freedom and pluralism, not only in Ukraine, but also in the Eastern Partnership countries and in many other countries where we have been involved. And we are pleased to see in this country, in Ukraine, many of the Ukrainian media are moving now towards better journalist standards every year, fighting for truth and resisting disinformation, which is a chronic disease in Ukraine, with all their forces. Independent journalistic investigations are at the heart of a democratic media landscape. This is why the EU is so happy to support this conference today that brings together this impressive number of experts and distinguished practitioners that will share their first-hand experience. We are all well aware that uncovering global corruption schemes is an important, complex and often dangerous endeavor. It requires innovative tools and strong collaboration, not to mention appropriate protection of journalists that Sten has already elaborated on. The fight against corruption has been an essential part of Ukraine's post-Maidan reforms that the EU is supporting by and large, and we provide major political, technical and financial support to fight corruption and to foster a culture of public integrity countrywide. Besides numerous initiatives to consolidate the rule of law, good governance and various structural reforms, we are implementing the EU Anti-Corruption Initiative, the largest EU anti-corruption program worldwide. In this joint fight, investigative journalism matters. It matters a lot. And this is why we also support investigative media and organizations that provide training, mentorship programs and legal support to the investigative journalists. In this context, I'm very happy to inform that we are now committed to upscale our support to investigative journalism exactly in order to emphasize the fight against corruption and efforts to reduce the influence of vested interest on the Ukrainian media landscape. And not only here, actually, throughout the region. Events like today's will help investigative journalists enhance the professional standards and to steer clear of manipulations both in Ukraine and beyond. Today's event brings together award-winning reporters from across Europe and Central Asia. These reporters are renowned for their determination and professionalism in exposing corruption. I want also to mention their successes. Ukraine boasts a very strong school of investigative reporters. The real impact investigations have already had on the progress of anti-corruption reform is, in fact, immense, and I wish to underline this here. Your work will largely contribute to Ukraine's success in making a huge leap forward towards being even more resilient, and you know how important it is today. And therefore, I wish you a very productive and rewarding event. Thank you very much.
Дуже дякую, пане Ремі.
Thank you, Remy. Thank you so much for the kind words, and thank you for the support. That is indeed very much appreciated and needed for Ukrainian journalists, and especially investigative reporters. Also, I now want to give floor to Irina Shiba, who is the deputy head of the Anti-Corruption Initiative EU in Ukraine. They have been working with us for many years, and I hope our cooperation is quite effective. We really, really value this cooperation. Hello, and I'm very happy to welcome all the participants offline and online on behalf of the Anti-Corruption Initiative of the EU. And this is one of the first events where I take part as the deputy head of the UACI. And for me, this is especially pleasant and important because recently I've been a member of the media community myself. So for me, this is very important to participate in this event and also to share my experience. Of course, participation of reporters, especially investigative reporters in issues that fight corruption cannot be overestimated, because there is one very good example of that. The decision of the Appellate Chamber of the Anti-Corruption Court that has recently been made. They confiscated from Ilya Kieva over 1 million Ukrainian hryvnia. And that was the judgment also that allowed to recover hectares of valuable land from Trokhanev Ostrov in Kyiv. That has become a result of Bigusinfo investigation journalists, and EUCI is helping this organization through many different programs. Then there are other journalists who are present in this room, Scheme projects, Lidstvo Info project. They were helping to hold accountable judges who were violating human rights, or who were drinking and driving. So without public outcry, without all those important investigations, these people probably won't even be held accountable. So in this globalized world, we see that politicians and public officials, they try to conceal their illegal proceeds and assets abroad. And they are using all different means and ways, including digital. And platforms like today are very useful when journalists from all over the world are brought together and they discuss new ways of cooperation between themselves and partners from different sectors, and specifically those who work on open data and then IT technologies. And also this involves cooperation with different NGOs and legal experts, as my colleagues already mentioned. Today we already have a very sad situation. Very often in Ukraine, there is still pressure against journalists who, experience political pressure, judicial pressure, and so on, including the defamation lawsuits. So in our organization, we're helping developing regional press as a platform for cooperation and for experience exchange. And also, we help them legally. We help them with legal protection. And everyone can tap into this kind of resource. During preparation of documents and publication of documents, we can give you legal and methodological support in case you are being sued unjustly. This kind of support is very important. As colleagues already mentioned, every journalist needs to feel safe and protected, because they need to be able to keep on publishing high-quality independent materials. So I'm very happy to talk about the support from EU CI, and I wish everybody successful cooperation, fruitful cooperation, and very interesting discussions and workshops. Thank you, Irina. Thank you so much. Now I am inviting Oksana Maidan, Deputy Head of Internews Ukraine. And I must mention that Internews Ukraine is a partner of our conference, and they are giving assistance, legal assistance as well, to reporters, and also they assist in supporting investigations. They are a very reliable partner. Oksana, over to you. Thank you, Ludmila. Thank you so much. Greetings, dear colleagues, dear friends. Today's conference for Investigative Reporters is the 13th annual gathering that is supported by Internews. In 2010, when Internews supported this kind of event for the first time, 70 participants were brought from 3 countries. And today we have around 500 participants from 20 countries. Because of the pandemic, some participants joined us here, and 400 participants joined us online. This kind of cooperation of experts from many countries is one of the key criteria of success in fighting corruption and unlawful actions of some public officials that exist globally. And this Pandora papers, that was quite a big case recently, is a good evidence of that. So today, in today's agenda, in today's conference, we see multiple sessions of exchange of international experience. In 2021, crisis, the COVID crisis, dictated many challenges, and the investigative reporters continued operating under this kind of circumstances, and they have seen this as an opportunity, not a challenge. And let me speak about a few examples that our partners have been working on with the help of the Crimean Information Press Center and the investigative reporters. They are now in Kyiv because of the occupation. They have developed and published 2 parts of investigation called The Nature of Crimea Under Occupation. Our colleagues from Nashi Groshi project in Lviv, they also investigated some developments and construction in the old town of Lviv in the center. And as a result of publication of that investigation, already in the fall this year, the experts had the chance to discuss the plan, the zoning plan, at a local government session.
Another program on YouTube is scheduled for September. This was scheduled for September this year, and it covered 6 million viewers disclosing, opening their eyes at the corruption cases and the disruptions in the system of registration of international sailors has become an impetus for real change. And this shows that investigative journalists are making real changes, not just making populistic pictures. Our work is particularly important in the time of aggression from the side of the Russian Federation. And Ukraine has taken the only true way, the Euro-Atlantic integration. We all understand the need to reform pretty much all spheres of economy, and we're doing everything necessary for that. And investigative journalists are very important players here because they look into the subject matter of the problem and they force others to follow the laws, even if those do not want them. So Internews wish you all health, safety, professional energy, and cool discussions over these 3 days. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Oksana. I would like to give floor to Mr. Henrik Kaufholz, co-founder of the Danish Association of Collaborative Journalist Investigations. We're meeting on a regular basis. Only last year we couldn't do that in person. And Henrik is always with us, and he inspires us with his life and his example. Henrik, welcome.
I'm happy that the Politiken-Fonden is still with you, and we think that we have been supporting you financially for 5, maybe 6 years, and I hope that the foundation will go on supporting events like this. The leading national daily Politiken in Copenhagen is owned by a trust, and there's only money in that trust because Politiken and our sister newspapers are making money. The surplus this year of Politiken and the other newspapers in the publishing house will be approximately 20 million euros, and half of that money will flow into the trust to support events like this. And I think that at least in the breaks, you should give some thinking to creating business models that are viable. I mean, if you take a look at what's happening in Kiev Post and Kiev Independent, you see it's very, very important to have a business model where you are running with at least a small surplus that makes you more independent. I'm afraid I have to mention a bad experience when it comes to support from the outside for a journalistic community like the Ukrainian journalistic community, namely the Balkans. Immediately after the war in ex-Yugoslavia, all the countries and the media in these new countries, they got substantial support from the EU, from individual national budgets, and so on and so forth. But suddenly they had the feeling, all these sponsors had the feeling that nothing happened, that the conditions didn't improve, and so they stopped funding. This could happen in Ukraine as well. So if I were you, I wouldn't rely on support from the outside for many years to come. The next, of course, but in the long run, the long perspective is that you will have to be able to do on your own. This conference is a unique opportunity to learn new techniques from speakers and from discussions with colleagues. It's also a unique opportunity to meet new colleagues, to get new contacts. We have some experience here. Some conferences for investigative reporters have been the base of world-famous journalistic projects, and I hope that in a few months we can read that new colleagues have learned each other here, and they have broken very important news. Thank you.
Thank you, Henrik. In truth, I've heard a very important thing just now, and we really need to focus on this. And this is establishment of a more sustainable model, the need to establish a more sustainable model so that investigative journalism could start working. Thank you. We'll keep on thinking about that. You always inspire us, like I said. Now I'd like to give the floor to our new partner, GIJN, Program Manager of National Support for Journalism in Ukraine. And we will have another panel with GOAR because we have launched and we will develop a new network of investigative female journalists with sort of gender aspect to support the rights of female investigative journalists. Thank you. I will start in Ukrainian and then I'll switch to English. Dear colleagues, dear partners and friends, thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this extremely important conference where we have the best investigative journalists from all over the world.
During the next 3 days, we will discuss the challenges, opportunities, and innovations within the investigative journalism. We will see brave and courageous journalists, both from Eastern Europe, but also from the rest of the world, who every day risk their lives to uncover corruption and hold duty bearers accountable. Let us celebrate their tremendous work, which they do for their respective societies in order to secure and sustain peaceful, stable and democratic societies with accountable institutions. Since 2003, IMS has been present in Eastern Europe and in Ukraine particularly, with several media-related programs and with big focus on corruption and investigative journalism. Support to investigative journalism initiatives has always been a cornerstone in IMS's work. By improving the professional skills of journalists within the field of investigative journalism, we enable the media to act as a watchdog and fulfill its role as a fourth estate, promoting good governance, accountability and transparency. Within the last 20 years, we have been working with investigative journalism and also together with Henry Kaufholz and Oleg Homenov, created the so-called Scoop project that has been active since 2003 until 2018 in Eastern Europe, Balkans and Russia. And then later, also during the same time, we have been supporting the Jordan-based Arab Reporters for Investigative Journalism, also the network for Iraqi reporters, Nirish, as well as in West Africa, Sinoso network. So we've been active around the world with different investigative journalism initiatives. As Ludmila mentioned, we have started last year, exactly 1 year ago, we started to discuss a new project of ours, a new network, Women Investigative Journalism Network, that I will present on Saturday during the conference. Actually, I'll be also on another session today, which is our another initiative also with investigative journalism called Media Bridge. You will learn more if you are interested. It's bringing stories from regions to life and bringing partners together to unveil some of the very important topics. So I'm very thankful, and I wish you a great conference. And you know, welcome. Thank you.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we have completed our welcoming remarks. There's lots of us. We apologize for the delay. Each of us has something to say about this. Without further ado, we'd like to move on to our first lecture, and our technical support will now provide connection for the next keynote speaker. And we can let our panelists go for now. Thank you.
першої сесії і її
Let's move on to our first session, and it will be hosted by the co-founder, director of Global Network of Investigative Journalists, Brent Houston. Brent, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. I wish I could be there with you. A lot going on with this pandemic. But first, I want to thank Oleg and the organizers of the conference for inviting me to speak today on the collaboration of investigative reporters and the impact our collaborations have on our nations, our societies, and the world. These journalistic collaborations produce profound revelations that expose and restrain the abuses of the powerful, that protect the weak, and they give us the chance to attain or preserve essential elements of freedom. Most recently, we witnessed one of the most extensive and impressive examples of collaboration in the Pandora papers, which I'm sure will come up throughout the conference. As stated in the project itself, for nearly 2 years, the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists organized and led an investigation that grew to encompass more than 600 journalists in 117 countries and territories. Reporters followed leads to a cliffside mansion in California, a sugar plantation in the Dominican Republic, a polluting factory in Italy, high-rise towers in Dubai, and a Turkish hospital where workers alleged mistreatment. The consortium shared the files with 150 media partners, launching the broadest collaboration in journalism history. The project was gigantic, but also emblematic of how investigative journalism has changed from sometimes insular, competitive profession to one of sharing and cooperation for a greater good. I wanted to talk a little bit about how did all this start. In 1976, a U.S. reporter was killed by a car bomb in the state of Arizona. He died as the first investigative conference in the United States, being held by the first Investigative Reporter and Editor Association, IRE, was getting underway. At the conference, the leaders of IRE decided they must band together to finish the reporters' work on organized crime and corruption in Arizona and along its border with Mexico. More than 40 journalists from 24 newsrooms, in a remarkable show of unity at the time, then spent half a year doing those investigations and then publishing a 23-part series that also exposed who was behind the assassination of the reporter. Some large news organizations at the time refused to participate and derided the work as parachute journalism, in which outside journalists came into a community they did not know well to do their investigation. But that work, known as the Arizona Project, had a big impact not only on the state of Arizona and organized crime there, but it created a template for future collaborations. As recently as this year, it was cited as an inspiration for the Pegasus Project, in which 80 journalists across the world investigated mobile phone hacking software used by authoritarian governments. Throughout the 1980s, informal cooperation between investigative journalists was fueled by trust and friendships built up at IRE conferences, much like this one. But the new paradigm did not really catch fire until the 1990s, when the web made it easier to share information and to communicate through email. The new collaborations, particularly the global ones, were further spurred by the realization that local stories were global, and the global stories were local because of the destructive activities of multinational corporations and organized crime networks. In 1977, the nonprofit Center for Investigative Reporting was founded in California and began collaborating with broadcasters on both U.S. and global investigative projects, thus bolstering its reporting sources and distribution of stories. The Center for Public Integrity was formed in 1989 by former 60 Minutes producer Chuck Lewis, and it similarly partnered routinely with commercial and public broadcasters on investigative stories. But in 1997, the innovative and far-sighted Chuck Lewis created the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, which we all know so well now. And it immediately plunged into cross-border stories such as those on international arms sales, tobacco smuggling, and the privatization of water around the world. Chuck Lewis later wrote, "I was firmly convinced Then and now, as I've noted in the past, amid a world of debilitating political dysfunction with the most dire potential consequences, the crucial concept of public accountability cannot and should not be narrowly confined by local or national borders or the rigid structures, orthodoxies, conceits, and insecurities of traditional journalism. The consortium was a new and global recognition of the power of collaboration, but because of the sensitive and perilous nature of the stories it was involved in, a relatively small number of journalists participated. So the next breakthrough moment was the first global conference in 2001 in Copenhagen, when it was clear the time had come for many more kinds of cross-border and global collaborations that involved many more journalists. Those of us that organized the conference had no idea who would come, but it turned out that 300 journalists from 40 countries attended, and the first day immediately saw they had common interests and passions and could do both small and large investigations across borders. At the next conference in 2003, the journalists formalized the spirit of collaboration by creating the Global Investigative Journalism Network, so it would be easier for reporters to communicate and cooperate on stories between conferences, and to form nonprofit newsrooms that could work together throughout the world. Richard Sandbrook, writing for the Reuters Foundation, said the collaborations were being driven by the availability of more public information in digital form, the economic pressures on traditional newsrooms, and the ability to do larger global investigations through digital technology provided by better communication security. As many working journalists already knew, he wrote, accountability journalism, holding the powerful to account, has to cross borders and areas of special expertise which challenge the resources available in any single newsroom. And he said, freedom of expression is under threat in many countries, leading to collaboration as a means of managing exposure and risk. And actually, that had been noted years and years ago by the leader of the Arizona Project, Bob Greene, who said it more simply, calling collaborations an insurance policy for journalists. He said the collaboration sent the message to the corrupt that you might kill a reporter, but you will not kill the story. You will only get more and more reporters on the story. From 2003, collaborations in nonprofit newsrooms have multiplied exponentially. A small group of European journalists created an ongoing investigation, farmsubsidy.org, in 2005 to expose abuses within the European Union farm subsidy system. The Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project was founded in 2006 to hire journalists in several countries to pursue collaborative investigative stories, particularly on money laundering and government financial fraud by autocrats throughout the Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and work they continue to this day. Much later, several European newsrooms collaborated on investigation into what they called football leaks, a project based on large data leak that exposed questionable financial transactions and possible tax evasion in the professional football soccer in Europe. The project was coordinated by European Investigative Collaboration in 2016 and 18, included newsrooms in Germany, Italy, and France. In Africa, the Network Forum for African Investigative Reporters formed in 2005 to produce stories and conduct trainings. Some of those projects focused on the pharmaceutical industry and environmental issues. Another collaboration was led by the Spanish newsroom El Diario, called The Enslaved Land. It combined journalists and newsrooms in Europe, Africa, and South America on a project about exploitation of poorly paid farm workers in undeveloped countries who produce crops for developed nations. Again, another collaboration was the Network Connect Us, formed in 2016 to enhance the production of stories in Americas according to its mission statement. By 2020, it had more than 100 members who had produced in-depth stories in 15 Latin American countries. If there was or is any doubt of the need of strength of the collaborations, the COVID pandemic has erased any doubt. In fact, the pandemic caused more intense collaborations of reporters from countries throughout the world as they helped each other to gather information despite travel bans and restrictions, and collaborations that often did the job that public health agencies failed to do for the public. During the past 2 decades, the collaborations, of course, have soared. The global network has also grown from 30 founding newsrooms to more than 200 organizations in more than 100 countries. And Ukraine journalists and newsrooms have played crucial roles in the global investigative network. And they've done inspirational, courageous investigations, providing leadership for the network itself. Indeed, Ukraine has at least 10 NGO newsrooms as members of the network, among the most of any country, and those newsrooms are present at this conference, of course. In addition, Ukraine journalists also hosted the 2011 Global Investigative Conference, where in a major step, the first informal board of the network, known as the Voluntary Committee, was created. All of these collaborations, whether on stories or networks, are built on basic principles that guide us and that they cross all borders. And they are trust, respect, willing sharing of resources and sources and documents, and support of and aid to our fellow investigative journalists who are often constantly under threat. I think with those principles in mind, we can continue to work together in a world where autocrats and organized crime criminals steal from their nations and break laws to hoard their wealth, where the poor and powerless are exploited in factories and mines, and where corporations destroy the climate for their profits. It's through these collaborations we can best confront these perils, not as individual journalists, but as many journalists and many networks of common interest and care. With that, I would thank you again for inviting me and for all the inspirational work that is done, particularly in Ukraine. Thank you.
We have a small break now in order to continue our communication. We have three panels scheduled for today. One of them will be hosted in this room. This is the panel related to journalist ethics. And I'd like to invite moderators Andrei Kolikov, Henry Kaufholz. Our colleagues will also be partly present online. Part of them will be present online. Another room, Senator room, will host the panel on independent journalist investigation centers and projects, problems of development. Anyone wishing to attend can move on to that room. And third room, Parliament, will host the panel called How to Find Information in Foreign Open Source Registries. And you can move on to the room called Parliament, and we have about 5 minutes to organize ourselves. And I would like to give floor. I'd like to invite Mr. Fedor Sedoruk to this panel. Margot Smith and Jeff Kelly Lowenstein will join us online, and Denis Bihus should also be somewhere around. Is he here with us? And we're looking for Andrei. Colleagues, we have 1 minute left until we start our panel discussion. Those who are participating in corporal form, please take your seats. The online speakers with us? Okay, good. Will we bring them to the screens together? Okay, if they're brought to the screens together, we can start doing that. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start our discussion. It will be hosted in both Ukrainian and English. Those who wish to get your equipment for quality simultaneous interpretation, please do so. We have two masters of simultaneous interpretation with us, Veronica and Denis. And
asking the first question, I'll speak in English for some time, and then I will switch back into Ukrainian. Because the first question, which I suggest that the members of the panel answer within 30 seconds each, concerns the 5 whys. In Ukrainian, of course, they are not the 5 Ws, although the meaning remains the same. And they are concerned in this case also with differences or similarities between journalism in general and investigative journalism as such. So to each member of the panel, I will address one of the questions. And I ask you, just so that we launch the discussion, to answer within 30 seconds, plus minus 5 seconds. My first question is, who shall keep an eye on ethics within investigative journalism? And I ask Margot Smith of Newsroom Ombudsman, News Ombudsman org from the Netherlands to answer this within 30 seconds.
Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Yes,
I don't hear myself,
we can,
but
sure.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be. I wish, like Brad Houston, that I could have been with you there, but you don't want us Dutch people in Ukraine at the moment.
We feel you with us, so go ahead.
Good, good, good. Who should keep an eye on the ethics of investigative reporters? I think the public is one very important aspect to keeping us as journalists, not just investigative journalists, but all journalists, keep us on our toes, keep us concentrated, and call us out on the work we do, because basically what I believe as a journalist for 30 years, I'm a strong believer in what Kovac and Rosenstiel said years ago in a book they wrote on what journalism is. We are there for the public. Our first obligation is to the truth and to the public. So I think the public should keep us straight. And then, of course, I will say, it won't be a surprise to you, ombudsmen should do that, because we are independent. We're not part of newsrooms. We're not part of the, we're somewhere in between. We're a bridge between the public and
You're taking more than 30 seconds, Margot, and of course you will have time to extrapolate on this thesis, and you understand, I have no doubt that you guess why this question was addressed, namely to you. The second question is, of course, as we know, what? And I address it to Denis Bihus of bihus.info. What investigative journalists may be entitled to in the ethics they mention that other journalists may not be entitled to?
You had 30 seconds. And use the mic, please. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Well, I really do not understand why do we have to draw the line between the investigative reporter and a regular journalist? Why we come up with different requirements for the two? For me, personally, I think the requirements have to be the same. You know, I'm trying to buy some time and come up with an answer, but I don't see any kind of difference between the two. Regular journalism and investigative journalism, I think they should not be separate. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's good to hear something like this from Dennis, who is a renowned and well-known person in the field, reputable person, so thank you.
When, and I address this question to who would be the best person to answer it? I think that Henrik Kaufholz from Politiken in Denmark may tell us in 30 seconds when the ethics question is the paramount one in the investigative undertaking.
My experience...
З мого досвіду я вам скажу, що питання етики виходить на перший план тоді, коли чи то репортер, чи то редактор мають проблеми. Інакше ніхто це питання не піднімає. Тільки коли грім гряне, як то кажуть. Я вже 55 років в журналістиці. Я особисто думаю, що кожен редактор і репортер, вони повинні мати, грубо кажучи, там 6-8 основних етичних правил. Десь в серці чи десь в голові. Завжди їх пам'ятати. Так, у своєму серці, у своїх серцях і в своїх головах. Так, також чоловіки і жінки-репортери повинні це мати в своїх серцях і головах.
Where goes to Jeff Kelly Loewenstein. He's from I'm translating from the Ukrainian now, so I may a bit digress in the translation, but I'm sure that my the Center for Collaborating for the Development of Collaborating Journalist Investigations. It is where an investigative journalist should stop if she or he finds an ethical problem.
Okay, well, no, thank you very much for the question, and it's an honor to be here. As Margot Smith mentioned, I wish I could be there in person, but look forward to doing so in the future. It's also an honor to be on a panel with colleagues who I admire and have such great respect for. So thank you for the opportunity. I'll be brief because I know we only have 30 seconds, but I think the where in terms of stopping is when you approach those periods where you become aware within yourself and through dialogue with trusted colleagues, editors, mentors, that you're approaching something or that you're already at that moment of decision. So I think it's very important to be attentive to these issues at all times, so that when you come to that point where there is a critical moment, you're already in that process of thinking through how you will respond, also in dialogue with people about how to handle it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And the final question goes to Федір Сидорук from Схеми корупції в деталях, Схеми корупція в деталях, Radio Свобода, Radio Liberty, and it is why. And this is a very important question, and it was not in vain that I made a mistake at the beginning when I said 5 whys, because why is always a very, very pivotal question, probably. So, Feder, why are you doing this?
Why am I sitting here, or?
In investigative journalism, it is so troublesome, it is so dangerous sometimes, and as you see, it poses a lot of questions.
Well, because now I am in that kind of period of my life when that is very important for me. And there is nothing more important than this for me right now. Give me one example from your work, very quickly. Well, you know, I leave journalism for 5 years, then I come back. So it's exactly the time when I'm coming back to journalism from a different area of work, because I realized that 5 years I spent were not important. This is important. Right, we will be discussing this again. Please bear with me for a couple of more minutes, because some people add to 5 Ws 1 more H. That's how, the how question.
H, and this is how. And how, of course, pertains to every question that we have already attempted to answer, and it pertains to the way we work, to the way investigative journalism is perceived, and to the way that investigative journalism reaches successes or sometimes meets failures. And we will talk about how for the rest of this panel. We also welcome questions from the audience, which will be answered by the end of the discussion. But if someone wants to interfere and feel that they cannot wait for another 40 or 50 minutes, please raise your hand immediately. We'll try to answer this at once. Ну, а тепер знову до української.
Let's get back to Ukrainian again. Now, this is the timing I'm offering. 7 minutes per, not more. Because after 7 minutes, usually the attention from the audience is gonna decline. So in the 7 minutes of time, we will talk. Everyone will have a chance to talk about some most important things. Namely, what kind of ethical restrictions, taboo, emerges in investigations, what kind of violations of ethical standards in different countries you heard about, and specifically what kind of complaints you had about your work, what kind of decisions journalists make, hard decisions. So we are not limited to that very specific topic. We can talk about other things that just formally mentioned in the agenda. Just like that. So everyone will have a chance to respond to things people mention, and then we're going to have Q&A with the audience. And now I am inviting Jeff Kelly, and you have 7 minutes. So after 6 minutes, I will call time. Okay, Jeff, you have the floor.
Again, it's a tremendous honor to be here. I wanted to make sure to acknowledge all the hard work, not only of conference organizers and conveners like Oleg Komanek, who is a friend and colleague for a number of years now, the other members of the panel, our gracious moderator, but also all the people like Dmitry Rodchenko, who has just done tremendous work with logistics, the people organizing the tech check so that we can all be together in the same room, and everybody else who is contributing to this experience. So I guess in the context of this conversation, I wanted to offer a couple different thoughts and share a couple experiences. So in terms of thoughts, what I would suggest is that we think about ethics. I totally agree with the point about having a core set of rules that our colleague from Denmark advanced, and have tremendous respect for what he's done. I also think that it can be helpful to think about ethics within journalism, and I also like Dennis, do not make a distinction between regular journalism and investigative, but I think it can be helpful to think of ethics as a practice, as a ongoing dialogue in which a number of different elements come to bear. And so one of the elements I would say, and this speaks to one of the comments earlier, is that often these ethical decisions do not announce themselves. By that I mean that you often are in the situation and then the ethical dilemma occurs, but it's not announcing itself by saying, I'm an ethical dilemma, you must respond. Some are very clear, but some are more subtle and quiet and complicated. So in order to deal with that, I think it's helpful to think before about how you might encounter, what you might encounter and how you will deal with them. You want to have people to talk with if at all possible. And I think it's important to trust what you're feeling inside yourself. And if it doesn't feel right, listen to that and act accordingly. The other thing that I would mention is that in terms of thinking about a practice, that it's helpful to have a framework which consists of one's general code within journalism, broad guidelines such as we talked about and firm rules and standards. And then within that, the individual journalist's experience and reflections on them. And I think it's important to mention, and that's one of the reasons I'm very grateful to be in this conversation, is that I do find that there are culturally influenced elements of the framework that then you try and apply to specific circumstances. So to be very specific, within the United States, where I live and work, the issue of going undercover, it's included in code of ethics, but there's a bit of an attitude of it's not really the right way to go. Now, there's a whole conversation about the robustness of free press within the United States and where we're going and all that, but it is to some degree a consequence of our cultural context. Whereas journalists in many other countries in the world that we work with at CCIJ, the Center for Collaborative Investigative Journalism, going undercover is really the only way in certain circumstances to get information, that going in a more open manner by definition could lead to both not getting the story, but tremendous types of peril and consequences, even imprisonment and death and so on. So that's just an example of kind of the cultural dimensions. The other general thoughts I just wanted to mention is that I think it's important as we talk about ethics to know that you may feel differently about decisions you make over time. And I think that it's actually normal to have some mixed feelings about what you've decided if it is a tough decision. So I would say the goal is not necessarily to be perfect. Obviously, you want to make as many right decisions as possible, but rather to be actively engaged with each other and learn from mistakes that we almost inevitably make. So I just wanted to give a quick example from my own practice and then mention that at the Center for Collaborative Investigative Journalism, what we do is bring together investigative reporters, data scientists, and visual storytellers as equal partners from the beginning of projects to carry out ongoing investigations on key global issues. And so I'm very honored to be here and welcome the chance, if people are interested, to talk about having a more robust presence in this part of the world. We have done a story in Tajikistan about access to clean water, and we just welcome the chance to collaborate with others. So that can be a follow-up conversation. But I just share that to say that in the Center for Collaborative Investigative Journalism, we are actually right now in the process of formalizing our ethics policy and making the point that standards do vary to some degree within and between cultures. Now, of course, there are certain things that are just hard lines that nobody would agree with, but there is some variety there. So I just wanted to say that. But in terms of the specific example, I used to work for the Spanish language newspaper and the Chicago Tribune. We did a series about domestic violence within the Latino community.
1 minute
now, there was
left.
One Thank you. There was one particular circumstance where there was a woman who was willing, who had been abused, to tell her story. We were looking into doing that. The advocates that we were working with, or that had gotten us to this woman, said she can put herself in grave danger if she does. So we went back and forth. There was a lot of complexity. Even though she was willing to tell her story, ethically, when we considered the consequences that could happen to her, we decided not to do that story. We did a different one, but we did not take that choice. So I just give that as an example of, it was a hard decision. We did not give up on the story in general, but we did not take that particular choice. And that we did have some mixed feelings, but we did feel that we did the right thing. So I'll stop now to be mindful of time and look forward to hearing from the rest of the colleagues. Thank you so much.
Дуже дякую те, що
Thank you so much. Things that Jeff mentioned and what Fedor mentioned, that leads me to the last question of the panel. However, we will get back to that question later. Now, Margot Smith has 7 minutes to develop on the topics and thoughts that she mentioned during her very quick presentation early on.
Thanks, Jeff, for thanking all the people who make this possible, because we so often easily forget all the technicians and the translators. We're very dependent on them. Thank you so much for doing this for us. When Jeff talked about, I was happy to hear Dennis say that there is no difference between journalists and investigative journalists, and I believe that so too. Although I might say my experience with investigative reporters is that they often are even more aware of the ethical dilemmas than somebody who is typing away in the newsroom doing the day-to-day 24/7 stories for the internet. I wish it was the same, but investigative reporters know the consequences of what they are doing so well. Like Fedor also said, this is important work we do. So they often are more aware of ethical dilemmas and like Henrik said, may also be aware of them sooner. They might know a step ahead of before they get in trouble that something is going to happen. What I try to tell my reporters in the Netherlands, the ones that I oversee at the public broadcaster, is that we have codes. Of course, we have codes, and they are very specific in certain areas. But basically, what every journalist should have at the top of his mind is what I call the 3 Fs. And if you keep those in mind, then your gut will warn you when you go off track. The 3 Fs for good reporting, be it investigative or the everyday story, which is as important, is be factual. We can discuss about what the facts are these days, apparently, because even presidents in other parts of the world do that. But be factual, and we can be transparent on what we say the facts are. Be flawless, even though we're humans and we make mistakes, be flawless. And if you don't, if you do make mistakes, be transparent about them and correct them. And the third one, and that's the one that I think the public reacts to the most, from my experience as an ombudsman, I get these emails from the public, is be fair. Be fair to the person whose corruption you're going to uncover. Be fair to the politician whose practices you're going to show. Be fair to the woman whose story you're going to tell about domestic violence, or you're not going to tell because it'll put her in danger. Be fair in your journalism, because being fair will also give you the opportunity to be human. We are all human. We're telling human stories. And if we are fair to our subjects, if we're fair to the material that we're working with, we will be telling the stories that we want to tell fairly. What I find that the public is allergic to is journalists who seem to know better, who seem to know everything better, who are not transparent, who are not owning up to their mistakes, and they're very keen of privacy issues. The public wants to be safe. The public wants to be told stories that they can think about, that they can take decisions on, but they don't want to put themselves in danger. they don't mind if we as journalists put ourselves in danger for the story. We have to be really careful. We'll probably be talking about that a lot, also in this session, also in the other sessions. But you know, we want we want our public to be able to hear our stories, think about our stories, react to our stories, and if we are fair in the way we treat our subjects, our stories may have the most impact. And that is what we want. We want our stories to change the world, make it a better place. And that may sound idealistic, and you will find I am idealistic about all this. I think that we have a very important task as reporters, either investigative reporters or other reporters. I think this is the thing that we can do. We can be fair in our reporting. It is not hard. Our gut will tell us what is fair. And so we have to listen to ourselves, to each other. We have to discuss with each other our ethics. It's a living thing. If they change, like Jeff was saying, we will make different decisions 3 years from now than we do now. We have to discuss it with our public, with our colleagues, and with ourselves.
Дякую, Марго, зокрема за...
Thank you so much, Margot. Thank you for showing us that that is a process, and this process is subject to change. Now we are giving floor to Heinrich. Please, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'll elaborate a little on standards, having written standards. My experience, and I've been working as an ombudsman like Margot, is that rules, standards, keep them short, keep them clear. And if you take a look at the codex of the New York Times, it's almost a novel. It's almost impossible to have, let's say, 100 or 200 specific standards in your mind when you are out in the field. You have to have clear-cut rules that are easy to remember and easy to handle. I have one more experience from Politiken, that when you have these standards, in the beginning they are pretty short. But whenever there's a new episode, editors-in-chief or union activists, they would like to add something to the existing rules, specify what to do then and where and so on. And my experience is that if you get new details into such standards or rules, you can't get rid of them again. So even if you're tempted, try to keep it short, try to keep it operational. I disagree when it comes to that there is no difference between investigative reporting and day-to-day reporting. At Politiken, as an example, in day-to-day reporting, we never use anonymous sources. And we have a rule, even in the codex, that when we quote a person, we mail the quote to that person so he or she can check it. This is not a kind of censorship. We don't guarantee that we will follow their corrections, but experience tells us that 70% of minor mistakes are avoided by sending the quotes to the sources. I've been working abroad, and it is of course difficult to translate everything and get it back and translate it into Danish again. My experience is that it takes time, but it works. And I also see it as a way to be fair to your sources, and I think it's fair to our readers or viewers or listeners, whatever you call them, as well. I have one more thing that I would like to say here. Yes, it's about secret mic or secret camera. I do think that we have situations where you need to go in with a hidden mic or a hidden camera as the only tool to get the information that is important to the public. And we do have, from some countries, verdicts from processes that even judges think that information might be so important that it is allowed to use hidden camera or a hidden mic, even if it's basically illegal. I've never done it. I have some very good colleagues who have done it, and I think that before you do it, you have to discuss it very, very carefully with your editor and your colleagues, because there might be other opportunities where you can get it, so to say, in a fair way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to clarify something. Like this advice, right, to talk to the editor and colleagues, is it mentioned officially, formally somewhere, or is it like up to you? It's your own discretion.
It is not mentioned in our codex, but there is something about anonymous sources in our codex, namely that we don't use them. And I think here we have the difference between day-to-day reporting and investigations. Namely, in day-to-day reporting, you have to be precise and quote people who are actually there, and the readers, the viewers, the listeners, they can see who they are. When you're doing an investigation, and you're doing research for weeks, you have to have talks with anonymous sources because you need information. You can always go back and say, well, now I have stated that this and that is a fact. Can I quote you for this? Which would have been impossible at the very beginning. I think that's the main difference, that in an investigation you have to dig that deep, that you would have to have anonymous sources. You would have to speak to people who don't want to be quoted. You will have to speak to people whose identity you have to keep secret because of security.
Thank you very much. Denis, the floor is yours, 7 minutes. Can I make it in 5? First of all, I'd like to elaborate on the terminology, because previous speakers are talking about ethics. But many things that you were discussing just now as ethics is basically just professional standards and production standards. I'm saying this to focus. I might be talking about ethics, but at a slightly different angle. First of all, it seems to me that as of now, even if we're talking about some features of investigative journalists that are different from general journalism, and that is the journalists delving in depth into the topic, the preparation of the topic, the thoroughness, and whether or not the journalist is digging within oneself into all the details of this. And at this point, there comes the time to make decisions, to make choices that are not pertinent to professional standards, but they're focusing on certain rather broad and obscure ethical points. As an example, whether or not it is ethical to interfere in the life of the people who play a third role, really, a third role into this. People in whose name some company was registered and then they're not real owners in that company, that sort of thing. We need to discuss it with them. And in reality, these are the people who are just living their lives. And that life gets interfered in too. And I think there are lots of such points, and it's a bit more complicated because professional standards and their boundaries can be written down. We can rely on them. We can understand where things are okay and where you're going wrong. But for purely ethical points, it may be somewhat different, and it would be a daily challenge. Additionally, problem number 2. I may get a bit confused in it, but it seems to me that ethics is such a transient thing, and it changes very fast. Things that were unethical 20 years ago or 10 years ago is changing now. Secondly, I think there's another point and a trap at the same time. The society is very clustered. It breaks down into certain points. And these groups are rather numerous, and the participants don't see each other in these groups. And these groups generate some, ideas. At the same time, two groups may have a discerning vision. Most of the ethical internal and external conflicts are so inobvious for different groups and for different times that the same thing, your same action, will be simultaneously unethical for 5 million, absolutely ethical for another 5 million people. And this will all break down into different shades of ethicality, ultimately. And your inner vision of whether or not things are ethical, it's based on some feelings of yours, and you will be facing it. You will have a standoff with a certain number of clusters, and it's gonna be all about nothing, because it might be some local thing. I would emphasize that this is not about professional standards. It's not about investigative journalism. It's more or less clear. And in this field, well, I don't envisage any major changes in that field. But ethically, everything is somehow diluted and restructured all the time. Things are there, but again, I may say I don't know what to do with it. And then Fedor will tell us more about this. Denis raised two important points about similarity and identicality of professional and ethical and general standards. I think it's clear for us whether or not it is ethical, whether or not an ethical journalism is quality journalism, and whether or not the public is prepared to face quality journalism after it has been taught to digest poor quality journalism for many years. We're even raising questions that different groups of people have a different truth. And I completely agree with Denis's statement about multiplicity of ethics. And it's not about time-based divisions, about corruption structures, about societal stratification structures. Fedor, please. First of all, thanks everyone who are interested in ethics, this is not the most popular topic among journalists, despite the fact that it's very important. It's one of the keys for quality journalism, and this is not the question that is often discussed in newsrooms or editorial offices. Usually the editors are making decisions on that rather than journalists themselves. I would like to agree with Denis in that, yes, we have ethical standards. I have Radio Liberty, huge organization that I'm working for at the moment, and they have a huge code of ethics on what to do and what not to do. And I think everything is decided in every practical sense. Nobody is sitting down to read the ethical code when they decide whether or not to publish a certain piece. It's all decided on the go. If we discuss the difference between regular journalism and investigative journalism, then investigative journalists usually have more time to sort of solve and make peace with ethical matters. And you have time to think. If you're investigating this for a month, then you have a bit more time than a reporter who is there to make a report. The editor is pushing him to go live, and they really do not have time to think about this, whether or not they can give the name of the victim or not, whether or not they can show a child or not. They simply forget about this. A good investigative journalist doesn't forget that. And if the moderator permits this, I would like to have some interactivity here so that we don't die of all the ethical questions. You may know the situation with the filming and attack on our journalists in Ukraksim Bank. I know that some of our guests do not know this, that a journalist went to take an interview with the chief of board of the state-owned Ukraksim Bank. He didn't like one of the questions, and he ordered his bodyguards to attack our journalists, to take away their cameras, to take away the flash drives, to erase them to zero, and return them, having the, making the picture that we don't know anything about this. We managed to reboot the video. These people have lost their jobs. The bank had an internal investigation, and it turned out that the security officers who attacked the journalists didn't know anything, and they were reinstated in their job. And then he got back to Ukraksim Bank, and his colleagues have met him with applause. It was a triumphant comeback. And the video, we had the video much earlier than it went online. And you know that a member of parliament was the first to publish it, but we had this video earlier. And we didn't publish it before the member of parliament. And I wanted to ask you, why do you think we didn't do that? It was an ethical decision. It was an ethics-based decision. Running ahead of you, we knew that the video was from that day, we knew that the video was authentic, and we knew that we, like nobody else, were interested in publishing that video. There were even rougher reactions from the bank, not just after the attack on the journalist. So my question to you is, why didn't we do that? And it was an ethical question. Maybe you have some ideas, options, versions. Sources? Well, we were not the only ones holding that video. It wasn't an exclusive video. A member of parliament even had it. And he published it and we didn't. Do I still have time? So I don't exceed it. All right, perfect. Versions? Yulia Marcinovska. My version is perhaps to protect people of the bank. If the chiefs stay protecting the people who were applauding the triumphant comeback, okay, it's a version. In reality, there were like 50 people there. I doubt the bank would make that sort of cleansing. But okay, it's a version. In what sense? The video, well, we weren't the ones filming it. What sort of revenge? Can you explain? No, we're not connected. They attacked our operator, our cameraman. Yeah, but it came through you. Yes, I wanted to remind you that it's an ethical question. So our bias, you're trying to say? Well, why didn't you? Well, we didn't. We didn't publish the video. We didn't publish it because what? Because he's connected with us and it would look like revenge? Well, we eventually published it after it was out there. The video, no. Yeah, we got it, among others. We were not the only ones who got hold of this. Obviously, the video was filmed earlier and it was distributed further. You mentioned anonymity, and it wasn't clear what was the source of that video, and we didn't want to be a weapon in the hands of manipulators. Maybe, or maybe not. Okay, it's a version. Okay, but hopefully, I hope I still have time. If you have any other versions, or I'll explain why we did that. Here's the response. We were afraid for the person we knew that it was filmed with a certain angle, with a special, with a certain phone, and we really wanted to show the nature of that person about whom we were doing this piece. Why we did publish this? Not because everyone else did, but because we figured out that the person who was doing this upon request of our sort of target person. And he wanted to keep this for his personal video collection. And he liked the video. The person who was filming it liked it so much that they wanted to share with their friends. And then they shared the friends with friends of friends. But we only published it when we got the confirmation of that fact. This was the ethical decision that our editorial office was facing. And it seems to me we figured out the way out of this right. Okay, the audience did mention some of it. So it means that we're on the same wavelength. And we are having a similar angle. And it seems to me that Radio Liberty has its own code. Politiken has its own code. And my question to participants of this discussion is this. Do you have your own code? And how do your countries in your practice are noting the certain code? Margot Smith, then Nesbihus, and then Jeff. Please. Margot, the floor is yours.
I think basically we're in Europe, where many newspapers and broadcasters have their own code. I work with my own code that was installed when I became an ombudsman. They are all based, I think, in general, on the Code of Bordeaux that was established in 1954. Which was in its turn based on the code of the Society of Professional Journalists, an American code that was installed in 1947, I think. But these codes need constant updating because, in 45 or 54, we didn't have social media or the internet or stuff like that. So we keep updating our codes. And I agree with Dennis where you say a lot of these codes are production standards, but those are based on ethical deliberations, ethical weighing of ethics. And I really think it's interesting that you mention that ethics change so fast. But I think the basics of ethics don't change. It's the way in which we apply the ethics that may, shift over time. But the groundwork of these ethical codes, I think there's a lot of similarity in that all over the world. I don't know how Henrik and Jeff see that.
Дуже дякую, Денисе, будь ласка.
Thank you very much. Denis, please. Unlike Radio Liberty and other organizations with many, many, many years of history, we don't have that sacred stone slabs with description of everything in the world. Our code is mostly focused on the common understanding of the standards of work and processes. I figured that broader codes, if we had to simplify them, they would all run down to sort of zero in on, on the statements of be honest and don't do shit, do no shit. But it's all based on moral and ethical codes. But yeah, you have to define shit there. They also require the definition of a shit. Yes, sure, of course. And then we go into details, and then we have to include the points that will be unrelated to the actual shit, but will specify on how to prevent shit from happening. And we understand that if we look back into 1954, it amounts to a big document for many pages. Okay, it's obviously very much details, and I doubt anyone reads it in the daily life, and the decisions are made on a situational basis based on these 2 points anyway. I'll take another 30 seconds of your time. No, you will award 30 seconds of your time to us. You present it. I imagine pretty much every media outlet, particularly a big media outlet, mine is small. Pretty much every media outlet has a code of something standard, policies, whatnot. And I have a feeling, it may be an erroneous feeling, and I haven't worked in big media. I believe that approximately 0 people from this organization have read what's written there. I'm sure that 1+1 or Ukraine TV channels have some sort of major codes of their own. It seems to me that largely this is basically corporate production culture. It's a system of informal rules and communication. And real practical situational things are decided on that basis. And if ethics and common reason is built into their code, then it will work. Otherwise, 1+1 channel definitely has something about ethics. It seems to me this approach was prevailing on BBC once upon a time because they didn't have any specific code of ethics, but it was part of the so-called often quoted editorial instructions. And when you were learning according to the editorial code and doing journalism, it was sort of part of the deal. And it was woven into the fabric of that media outlets very well, very tightly. And we were mostly talking about European experience. Let's listen to what's happening in the US. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I really agree with the point that Henrik made earlier about having the codes not be overly long and complicated. And I will say that we've made progress in this panel because we have 4 major principles in the SBJ Code of Ethics that Margot alluded to. Margot came up with the 3 Fs, and Dennis has now given us the big 2. So we're definitely making progress in simplifying. So
give us the one.
Yes. That's right. So fair enough. Very, very good question. So what I would say is that I agree with what Margot was saying, that yes, there is this point I think Feder was making about how situations change and so on, but that there is an underlying core that I think journalists around the world generally agree to. I do think that there are differences on cultural levels, and I'll give a specific example. And if I heard the question correctly, it was about, do we have an individual code? And I would say yes, that what happens is that people then take their general understanding of their codes in moral levels, the specific understanding within journalism and then investigative, and then apply it to those circumstances. And so there is not a monolithic understanding within the investigative community, from my perspective, around what exactly everybody should do in each situation. And there was actually an IRE journal dedicated entirely to this issue several years ago, which I'd be happy to share if that was of interest. Now, on the cultural point, I just wanted to mention that there was a colleague of ours within the Center for Collaborative Investigative Journalism from Nigeria, very fine journalist, very committed to issues around women and children, vulnerable populations. And she was working on a story about internally displaced persons last year during COVID, and the difficulties that mothers in particular had in following the COVID protocols of hand washing and social distancing in the conditions within the internally displaced persons camps. At the end of this conversation that she was having with me, she mentioned that this one source that she'd been working with was having a very hard time, and so she gave this source a little bit of money. Now, I said, within the United States, this is a complete ethical no-no. It's not really a close call. And she said, well, you know, in Nigeria it works a little differently. She had already talked to her editor, but she followed up with her editor and confirmed that was okay. And she actually runs a nonprofit organization and convened a panel in which I participated, similar to this one here, where she had a very accomplished editor. She was on there, a Catholic bishop, all in Nigeria, 2 other journalists, including me, outside the country. And the consensus internally was very much people's time is worth something. They're in very hard circumstances. So this was, in fact, a legitimate ethical thing to do. So that's a very different, I think, a lot of parts of the world. I had an interesting conversation yesterday with Ukrainian students, and they were very clear when I brought this example, that's a complete no-go. So I just want to bring that up as an example that I think there is a core that is similar, but there are some differences in individual circumstances. The last thing I just want to mention is that a number of us are either in leadership positions or kind of running news outlets. And I just wanted to mention that at CCIJ, we consider ethics also an organizational question in terms of who is on the team, how we interact with our sources, our pay. We have a lot of members in Africa and do a lot of work in African countries. And a lot of news outlets often pay African journalists less money because the idea is that the economy is worth less and there's a different cost of living, so we pay less. So we have a standard of we pay journalists the same regardless of where they live, and we consider that an ethical statement. And then the types of stories that we do. So as we're kind of moving to the interactive and audience part, I just wanted to share that thought about the consistent framework. There are differences. There's an individual level in which we interpret, and I also believe that ethics has an organizational component. Thank you so much.
Дуже дякую, Джефе.
Thank you, Jeff. And Heinrich, could you please summarize this specific part of the discussion? Because it's been mentioned before that there is like a separate code for Politiken. And then there is a general code in Denmark. Is it separate, the general one, or is it really considered and taken into consideration?
A year ago, I did a course for the European University about ethics in different countries. And you will easily find out that you have different press laws in different countries. And these press laws are in some countries pretty narrow, in other they will cover a lot of issues. So in some countries you are actually forced to have a kind of code or rules in your newsroom, in others not. In Denmark we have a law giving some guidelines, and people who feel violated by the press, they can turn to a council where journalists and editors and lawyers are discussing if this is a violation of the general rules or not. But every news organization also need to have its own private rules on the top of the law, and that's what I have been basically talking about. That's this self-regulation. I find it necessary, and I mean I've been a reporter for 55 years and been in a lot of different situations, anonymous sources, war reporting and everything. And I'm personally convinced that the basic law is not enough. In every news organization, you have to have specific guidelines what to do. Let's say in this corona time, we have some people denying that there is corona or COVID-19. How do we report on them? Do you write that here we have to introduce some liars, somebody who don't believe in science and so on? Or how do we handle it? Because it's obvious that these people are not right. They don't recognize science. And I mean, we have 4 billion people around the world having been vaccinated, and you still have people claiming that this is dangerous. These 4 billion people, we are still here. So you have to elaborate yourself, and with your editor, is the American president a liar? Or is he a president when you introduce him to your readers? And I mean, you can't have a law about this, but you have to have a discussion in the newsroom, and you have to have guidelines. And I agree with Margot that even if we have a changing media world, we have some basic principles that are changing very, very slowly.
If Fedor wants to add to that, please, now you have the time. Well, we read the codes of ethics in my organization all the time, and a good code of ethics also tells you what to do when you fucked up, right? So it has to have certain restrictions, but then it has to give you advice what to do when you overstepped when you made a mistake, because you need to recognize your own mistakes as well. So that is a very important thing that impacts your trust and trust to you and your reputation. So even those mistakes, they're also important. Right. So now I understand, Fedor, what you're trying to say. For 40 plus years of my professional experience in media, I violated, I think, about 8 out of 10 fundamental principles at a certain moment of time. Well, because at that time I did not realize that that was the fundamental principle that shall not be violated ever. And it's sad to mention, but sometimes, you know, I question the expediency of this rule. Sometimes I was not courageous enough, I was not bold enough to deny those people who were breaking the rule in front of my own eyes. But, you know, I somehow is an accomplice in this case because I watched them break the rule. And also, you know, I'm learning from my own experience way better than from rules, written, unwritten, procedures. But you gotta know all those rules. You gotta remember them so that you could prevent mistakes from happening in the future. So we have 25 minutes for this panel. If some of the participants need to say something else before we will allow the audience to ask questions, now it's the time to do that. No? No. Okay, I will carry the mic for you. And in any case, I will be holding the mic. My name is Valery Bolhan, and I have 2 questions. Question number 1. Do you believe that the comeback of an ex-journalist who spent some time in government back to journalism is a good thing? And whether it's ethical when you, let's say, held an investigation against a bad guy, and then you advertise a company owned by the same bad guy, but it's a different company. Who wants to start answering the question? I can actually respond to question number 1. Right, I think it's the comebacks are possible. In the UK, happens all the time. But the reporters don't end up in their parliament very often. But when they do, they complete their time and then they come back and they become reporters again. So usually they come back, not like in Ukraine, you know, they leave journalism in masses and then we lose them eventually. It's a question to them. Do they want to come back to this profession after being an MP? I never seen a journalist from Ukraine who would do that. But when they come back, if they come back, will they be able to do that kind of job again? In the UK, the experience tells me that they can. Our experience says no, they can't. All right. Heinrich, over to you, please.
I think Sergei Leshchenko is back in journalism.
Хто, Лещенко?
Yeah, but he's writing in the Kiev Post.
Well, Kiev Post is a separate situation altogether.
Yeah, but until the 8th of November. Well, personally, I don't think journalists should move into other positions in other businesses. As a spokesperson in a ministry or information officer of an organization or whatsoever, I think the basic principle is that we are the press and we are watching what is going on and we are telling what is going on to our audiences. They might be small, they might be large, but that's our business. If you go back and forth between politics, journalism, businesses, journalism, being a speaker of a bank, and so on, you lose credibility, in my eyes at least. But this practice is also very common in Denmark, I have to say. I have colleagues with Politiken who have been working for politicians, for banks, for other businesses. I don't like it. Personally, I don't like it, but it's outside the codex that we have.
Thank you. Margot or Jeff? Margot.
It happens in the Netherlands one way, journalists moving out of journalism to other businesses because they pay better. But it's very hard to come back into journalism then with the same credibility that you had before. That's a practical thing. I don't have an opinion on it. You know, my husband used to be a journalist and now has a crisis communication business. He's doing well. He maybe even do much better than I do, so financially at least. But it seems the public finds it hard for for somebody to come back into journalism with the same credibility in the Netherlands. In Belgium, it happens all the time, and it goes back and forth, and the public doesn't seem to care.
In both parts of Belgium? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Jeff?
Yeah, well, thank you, Andre, and thank you, Valerie, for the question. I would like to, if it's okay, focus on the second question. And I thought contained in that question is a really important point, which is that it is important to, on the one hand, be aware of financial realities of putting out news outlets, and on the other hand, that can be its own ethical consideration. So to be very specific, when I was at the Chicago Tribune Spanish language newspaper, we did a story about this one house in this neighborhood that was basically a home of prostitution, that, you know, men came in and out all day long, women were selling their bodies and, prostituted, and it was about how the neighborhood, nobody really commented on it. How was this allowed to happen? How does this take place for months and months until years really until the bust happened? Now that was in the front of the newspaper. In the back of the newspaper accepted ads for massage parlors and other places where very similar types of activities took place. And so I would suggest, and I think this might be similar to what you're asking, Valerie, that was an ethical issue and a contradiction that we needed to address. The other thing I just wanted to share as we're moving to the question part is that, and this gets back to your original question, Andre, about the why. And I think this is extremely important now because there is globally a real assault, pardon me, on truth and on reality. And so for those of us who are engaged in reporting the truth and sharing that and disseminating it widely in a very complicated information ecosystem, it's absolutely critical to both be very transparent and really work as well as we were talking about earlier about being as accurate as possible, and to be in active dialogue, as Margot was suggesting earlier, with the audience so that there is a higher level of trust and connective tissue between the journalist, the outlet, and the audience, which is important at any time, but particularly at this period where around the world, governments, organizations, and individuals are systematically using a very consistent set of techniques to discredit, misinform, and then attack the people doing that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Денис і Федоров. Денис, будь ласка.
Dennis, over to you. Well, look, when you answer questions like this, you also have to ask yourself, can someone from PR become a journalist again? Can someone from press service of government can become a journalist again? And that creates a series of questions. So I think that it's still ethical to come back, but then how ethical your work is going to be then, right? And whether the public will recognize your work and accept it That is a whole different can of worms, as they say, right? So I do not see anything unethical in this. In Ukrainian realities, we have cases, and when we talk about politics and a chance for comeback from politics, that's a different thing. I don't see a chance there. But that's just because of my personal belief. Things, you know, when you become a politician, you change fundamentally. Speaking about the second question, are you being specific? Because I had 6 companies who I advertised, and I kept thinking about them, and they all seem to be good. So are you actually blaming me for doing that, or that was a general question? I hope it was a general one. So, talking about a small media outlet, a special kind of outlet, doing certain special things, that would not look good, right? It's not about ethics. It's about common sense and your internal feeling, what's right and what's wrong. And there are so many potential companies, vendors, who want to get advertised with us, but they get denied. We know very well about them, right? We know what they do. Just recently, there was this advertising campaign, not in my outlet, but online, generally, and they advertised a very bad person. And then people who took part in that campaign are good people. So they have no clue, I think, who are they dealing with. So, and that's a whole different question when we talk about something bigger. Not my small editor's office, but something big, something of a corporation size, a big TV channel or a huge media outlet. I wanted them to use the same kind of approach, but I can totally understand why even organizationally complying with that is going to be hard, because they have people on one floor calling advertising, calling businesses, and they have no clue who that business is. Because, you know, usually they are looking at the brand name and its reputation. They are looking not at the owner, right? They are looking at the money behind the transaction. How much does it cost to get advertised, and how much are they willing to pay? So generally, ad people, they have no clue about the subtle things. You can, of course, apply certain general ethical rules to big corporations, but they will not work. It would be nice if they could work, but they just don't work. Thank you. Thank you, Dennis. And I have a few questions myself, or if we can give floor to Fedor. Well, I want to respond. I used to work in a press service of an organization, and I've been a public relations officer, and I believe that that experience is very useful, because I have seen journalists from the other side of the aisle, right? Not as colleagues, and that was a huge experience for me. On top of that, that was an eye-opener for me, because, you know, right, when we live in a bubble, usually in communication bubble, and I had my communication bubble with the journalists who I talked to, I respect, and who I believe are very smart and educated people. However, journalism is that kind of profession where you employ different people, and when on a day-to-day basis you keep receiving inquiries from those journalists, and you just have no clue sometimes what they're asking you, you know, that is telling a story about them. Or there are some improper questions, inappropriate questions. You cannot really respond to that. So things are quite hard. Sometimes we complain that we aren't getting any responses to our inquiries as journalists, but some inquiries that I'm getting, they cannot be responded, because I totally do not understand what it's all about. And at the same time, someone says, see, he's pretending like he has no clue. And that outlet will say that this government organization failed to respond, and that is very suspicious. All right, thank you. Time is running out. We will ask 3 questions now, and then you guys please take the floor and answer those questions. My name is Olesa, and let's talk about the presumption of innocence and the freedom of speech when one prevails the other. My name is Lena Mudro, and I'm from Pravda Media Project. I have this question, and it's based on practical case, and I represent the regions of Ukraine. So we have launched a video project about certain things at the local level. And Margot mentioned that we have to also leave the ethical question to the public. But what if that public is not really knowledgeable and literate with regard to media and its ethics? And that actually stands in the way. And the government is talking to the public, and the government is not making us making us look bad. And that actually you're trying to say that they cannot formulate the inquiries properly. Right. Now, what do we do at the local level? Where do we find support? Because we want to remain ethical, and we do not want to lose this unannounced warfare, where people say, well, we've been waiting for 2 weeks and you're not responding. Okay, now let's proceed with question number 3, and then those who want to respond, please think about your answers. In which cases, my name is Yaroslav Chepurny, and I am from the Journalist Investigation Center. In which cases you talk to the confidential informant, and that informant gave you all the information, and it's supported by all the paperwork, but then sometime later that CI says, don't publish it, do not disclose, due to certain reasons. In which cases you would say no to that kind of CI and still publish? And in which cases you will agree and refuse from publishing? Margot probably will respond to that question. Now, about the presumption of innocence. Fedor? Well, we have the so-called public interest, right? As long as it is in public interest, that's our view of public interest, right? If it prevails, then we cannot really talk about presumption of innocence. Well, what about any alternative opinions? Anyone? Okay, seems like everyone is in agreement. Margot, I think someone mentioned your name in the context of this question.
Yeah, there was the question about the local level and whether to leave ethics to the public. I make my apology if that was the impression that I gave off. I don't want to leave it to the public. I want us to be in constant discussion with the public. We're all human. We all have ethical standards in ourselves. And I understand if you say if my public does not know very much about how journalism comes to be, and if they do get constant government information that paints us in a bad light, can we, how can we do this conversation with the public? I still think you need to keep doing it. Part of my job is a constant education of the public. I sometimes feel myself hovering between being a diplomat, a journalism police, and an educator. And I explain a lot of what journalists do. As a profession, we often think our public knows how journalism works, but that's not always the case, so we have to keep explaining. And then also I do take, I get those questions in the Netherlands as well from people who are very much influenced by forces that paint journalism in a bad light. I do take these questions seriously. I try to provide them with an answer, even though people yell at me or call me names or whatever, because if I stop talking, then we lose them anyway. So I try to do that. I do know it's hard, and I applaud you for trying to do it and trying to keep in discussion with the public. And I hope that you can manage to keep doing it, because it is a very important part. If you lose your public, then where are you as a journalist?
Thank you very much. І третє запитання, прошу Дениса почати на нього відповідати.
And the next question, I'm going to ask Dennis to respond. When can you disclose information that CI doesn't want to be disclosed? That's a good question. And I was just musing out loud. As of today, we disclose and publish everything. Even in cases when the CI wanted to stop that information from publication because he or she had doubts. But when we have a direct threat to life and health of that CI, then I guess we would not disclose information. But from my own experience and in my own understanding, we never had that kind of case where we would have a direct threat to life and health. Luckily, everything we had before in this regard, that was all about something insignificant, something internal, and we never had some kind of epic conflicts about that. You know, just people at some point would want to stop cooperating. Yeah, I agree, right. And Fedor? Yeah, exactly. We had a source who said that there was a threat to life and health, but we did not use any visual materials provided by that source. We just used information to launch investigation, after all. So we never burned that CI, that source, but we spoke about it in general. Right. The situation is usually adapted to mitigate the risks for the CI, for the source, but it's never completely, removed from the publishing pipeline.
Jeff, what about when the informer says you now cannot publish the material because the situation has changed?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you calling me. Thank you so much. So, on that one, I agree with what Dennis was advancing as a standard, which is you share it as much as possible, and then if there is some very serious threat potentially to the CI, then you think about going in a different direction. I would just echo with Margot the importance of dialogue to the question about being in dialogue with the public. And again, like we had an instance where in many African countries, there's a very different standard about how to ethically photograph children as compared to the United States. So it's very important to explain those choices and to be in that conversation, even as I acknowledge it's very difficult when the government is putting out contrary information. So I applaud the efforts of that journalist who asked that question.
Thank you. And Henrik?
I think we are dealing with two different situations. One situation is that a source will give us some material and then suddenly say, well, no go. My point of view here is that if a source, an organization, a person has given material to a news organization, then it's up to the news organization if we publish or not. And about the protection of sources, I agree with the rest of the panel. But we also find material out of our own initiative. And when we do that, the main rule should be that to publish, even if the source disagrees, because we have digged it up ourselves, we have done own research, and that's why the document suddenly is in our hands. So I think the situation where it's about sources coming to us, it's a little more tricky.
Okay, thank you very much. Дякую.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the audience for the questions and you can see that they don't always have an ambiguous response, and each of us is facing those things in our daily professional life, even sometimes several times a day. We have to make a choice. and the answers affect our work directly. Lastly, I would like to ask the question first what Fedor Sidoruk was saying and then what Jeff was saying. Fedor was saying that I felt I had to go back to profession and I came back. And Jeff mentioned practice. So I thought there is a sense and faith and there is a practice. So here's my question that I want to get a summary for. 30 seconds. Can you be a practitioner? Can you practice without faith? Should you believe before starting practicing? And the ratio between faith, conviction, knowledge, and practice in investigative journalism. Let's go to the source of wisdom of Henrik.
I'm not wise, but I have experience.
Well, you certainly impress someone as a wise person.
I think when it comes down to the basics, we have to be fair, and we have to be transparent, and we have to be looking for the truth. If we do that, then we can do good journalism.
Thank you, Fedor.
Я думаю, ми повинні вірити в те, що
I think we have to believe that we're doing the right thing. If we don't believe that, it doesn't make sense to do it. Thank you, Jeff.
Fair practitioner without being a believer.
Yes, I would say you can. I would say, as Margot was saying earlier, we want our work to make a difference and have an impact in the world. So that needs to be impelled by some faith that that's possible. But I don't think that you have to be a believer in a certain doctrine to be a fair practitioner. And I would actually say it's very important for us to critically investigate whatever beliefs we have. And that's that idea of dialogue with not just the public, as we were talking about, but also amongst ourselves, as we've just had today. And I look forward to dialoguing and learning from colleagues going forward. So thank you very much for the question, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for answering it. Denis Bilos.
I have a lot fewer experience, a lot less experience than other panelists. And it seems to me that even in my short experience, I've seen all kinds of combinations of people who believe in what they do and they don't know how to do things properly. I've seen people who believe in nothing but who are strong professionals, none the same. So I would say all kinds of things are possible, and it's possible to do something, to do a quality job, and don't believe in what you're doing. But why do it if you don't believe it? So lastly, we're going back to the core question of why. Why is not only why, it's also what for. Margot Smith, please, your final words, final remarks.
What you mean, what for? What do we do journalism for?
Well, maybe, but also I would like your opinion on whether you can just practice and not be a believer.
I agree with Dennis. I've seen both, very good journalists who don't believe in anything. I hope the public continues to believe in what we do, because, without them, we might as well go sit on our own roof and have a beer and not do anything anymore. So I hope the public still believes in what we do. If we are professionals and if we show what we do, if we're transparent in what we do and we continue this dialogue with them, I hope we keep their faith in us and in what we think is important to disclose to them.
Дуже дякую. На цьому.
Thank you very much. This is the end of discussion today. I am sure that it will continue in the lobby, off the stage, and we'd like to give a warm hand of applause for the audience, for their interest, for their stamina, and for their thoroughness. Secondly, they are directed to participants of the panels of discussion. thirdly, they are addressed to our interpreters who provided masterful simultaneous interpretation. Thank you very much, everyone. I'd like to thank our brilliant moderator. We have half an hour break, and then we will have another session here and a session each in each of the other. Since Oleg Fomenok is here, we can start. Dear participants of the 13th Conference of Journalist Investigations, I'm happy to welcome you here at this conference on the cooperation of investigative journalists. The panel discussion, we're not really donors here, we're big donor projects who support journalist projects and cooperation. We hope that you would be able to hear on cooperation opportunities. Maybe you can give some advice. What projects can have more chance for financial support? We will start with Jose Miguel Cavatayuna, who will present online and who will be followed by Gora Hajian, who represents Media Breach Project, International Media Support Organization. Then Svetlana Slabinska, Journalism Fund EU, and then Anatoly Shalayev, News Prize.
And I'll be moderating all this. My name is Katerina Laba, and I represent the project, which is very interesting, and it's quite fresh and new for the Journalist Investigation Center. It's supported by and I work in IWPR, in the Institute for Publishing about War and Peace. This is how we're going to structure the discussion. So every speaker will have about 10 minutes to talk about what they have prepared, and then please ask your questions with regard to this presentation. You know, specifying questions, clarifying questions. If you have general questions, we will have time for Q&A at the end of the panel. Please. I hope that Jose is online. Hope he's with us and we are ready to talk to him and listen to him. We can see you. Jose, over to you. Welcome. Please, you can start.
Hello. Thank you to the organization for having me here online. I am in Berlin. My name is Jose. I am a journalist since 2009. I now focus on investigations in Europe, and I am project director at Arena for Journalism in Europe. And well, I also collaborate with other organizations. And this is only one slide of my presentation, and you will see some information, and then there will be a PDF version of it with links, so you can then follow all the links, or you can also find all the information online very easily. So quickly, because we have these 10 minutes, Arena for Journalism in Europe is a non-profit foundation legally registered in the Netherlands and working all around Europe. And in one line, we promote cross-border collaborative journalism, as it says there, with a focus actually on data and investigative journalism. And we are very much about collaborations. And then how do we promote this collaboration? Arena does several things. Probably our main activity is the Data Harvest Conference and associated masterclasses. The full name of the conference, which maybe some of you know, is Data Harvest, the European Investigative Journalism Conference. This next year will be, I believe, the 13th edition. It's scheduled to happen in person, if the pandemic allows, in Belgium, in Mechelen, which is a town near Brussels, from the 19th to the 22nd of May. That's 4 days. The first day, we call it Hack Day, and people can get together to get some data and start working already on data with the guidance from experts. And there are also master classes. And then the other 3 days is the actual conference. And this year, for example, about the master classes, they were about topics like safe online research, how to investigate the EU, how to do OSINT, open source intelligence. And our idea is that the conference is always very practical. It's for journalists, about journalism, by journalists, even though other investigators can also come. And we call it a working conference, and it's designed to promote networking, to promote encounters. For example, there is always a break between sessions when it's in person, so that people, after one session, you can go talk to the speaker, you can get a coffee with someone who was sitting next to you. There is always time to talk. And then after the conference also, it's fun. We get together in bars, share a beer or a coffee, And then you make friends, you make very good contacts. And actually many investigations have happened after conversations in this conference. And as the point says, it's not free. The ticket for next year, we don't have the exact cost now, but the ticket is around 225 euros. And it's cheaper for students and for freelancers. But we also have grants for journalists from Eastern Europe, including Ukraine. And if you can go, then you will be surrounded by editors, journalists, journalism students, and other investigators from all over Europe. The last 2 years, the conference was online, of course, because of the pandemic. And hopefully, next year, as I said, will be in May 2022. Then, Arena also develops what we call cross-border networks, focused on one particular topic. I mentioned in the presentation housing, climate, food and water, labor. As of right now, the housing and climate networks do exist. And what we do, to be precise, is we develop and build this online, mostly online infrastructure and the expertise to facilitate collaborations. We have different kinds of online tools, email lists, forums, signal groups. We have an online infrastructure where people can work together, similar to Google Drive, let's say, but it's all open source and secure and in our own servers. Chat, we have like private chat applications for people to talk. And our idea is to get together journalists mostly, again, but also other investigators who work on one topic, and we promote that they all know each other, that they know about each other's work, and then we facilitate and try to prompt collaboration. Collaboration meaning from sharing data and contacts, for example, to launching small projects together, for example, to develop a shared database about some particular issue, to launching complex cross-border collaborations. And for example, this last year about housing, we had a big investigation from having journalists and media from 16 countries in Europe investigating what we call corporate landlords. These are big companies that own many homes across European cities. And this was born out of the housing network. So as I said, we have like the housing network, the climate network, and we are now working on developing a food and water network to investigate food and water issues, and a labor network to investigate labor issues. Mostly about Europe. We work in Europe, but for us, Europe is very big. Of course, Ukraine, Russia, Turkey, a little beyond, so like the big definition of Europe. Then there is also what's called the European Collaborative Journalism Program. This we work with the Tapfer Foundation, which is a German foundation. This is an intensive course to, again, promote cross-border investigations. It's normally it's a 4-day intensive course here in Germany, near Hamburg. The idea for this is that it happens in person. This year it happened last month in person because the COVID situation was good. Normally it's in April. The next year is scheduled to happen in April. And then journalists who are at the starting level of their career or mid-career with interest in investigations can apply. And those who are selected get all expenses covered. So travel expenses, accommodation, and attending the course for those 4 days in April. And then they also get to attend the Data Harvest Conference for free. And the idea is that during the course, experts give like intense workshops and classes about cross-border collaborative investigations. The idea is that people will get already into small groups to start working on actual investigations. And last year, one small group from this program ended up doing an investigation that was then nominated to the European Press Prize. And that's how it works. Again, it's very practical. The idea is to start working at once. The same actually about the Data Harvest Conference. Around these years, quite a few investigations that then won awards were actually born out of Data Harvest. And the last main opportunity that we offer is also an online, well, it's a program about collaborative investigations. It's called Learning by Doing, but this one is online. So the other one, the European Collaborative Journalism with the Tapfer Foundation, is in person, and this one, Learning by Doing, which is done only by Arena, is online. But the idea is very similar. It's journalists who are interested can apply, and then those who are selected get all the formation for free. And then, well, this year was about climate, so it was Learning by Doing with climate as a focus. And then those who applied, who wanted to participate, had to already pitch an idea for an investigation about a climate topic. And then we sorted the participants into groups who had similar ideas. And since day zero of this program, which is during a period of a few months, a few hours per week, then they get together, they have experts about how to do collaborative investigations, experts about climate, in the case of this year, and the hope, the ambition is that they will start already working on an actual investigation that will come out of this program. These are the four main pillars of what ARENA offers in terms of cooperation. As I said, then you will get a PDF version, both in English and in Ukrainian, where the titles are links, but anyway, you can very easily find all the information online. You can get in touch with me, you can get in touch with my colleagues at ARENA. We are super eager and always willing to help, so please don't hesitate to right now after this session to ask me anything or later on by email.
Thank you, Jose. Я хотіла спитати, є у аудиторії якісь питання? Я буду підходити до вас.
Okay, I have a question. Whether people have any kind of questions, comments? Nothing so far. So I have a question to Jose. Do you have enough reporters from Ukraine in your network, from this neck of the woods, from maybe neighboring countries? And what are the biggest obstacles for their participation? Maybe you just keep rejecting people. Maybe they don't have something that you want them to have. How we can help Ukrainian reporters to take part? Because, you know, we have journalists from Western Europe, and they're very much interested in, networking with someone in Ukraine. So we can use that as an opportunity to do that networking.
The short answer is no, we don't have enough colleagues from Ukraine. Sadly, the same could be said about quite a few countries. Myself, I originally come from Spain. Now I live in Germany. We don't have enough journalists from Spain or Portugal or other Eastern European countries or Russia. Most of the people in our networks are actually from Western European countries like Germany, like the Netherlands, the UK because of the language. And this is something we struggle about. We really try to encourage colleagues from other countries ourselves. The thing with ARENA is quite small. There's only a few of us, and most of us don't work full time with ARENA, and we don't have many resources to reach out because we are focusing on what we do. But we try and encourage colleagues from the Balkan countries, from Eastern Europe, from Southern Europe. I always talk to people in Spain and I tell them to come to the conference, to join the networks. The reasons may be complicated. In the case of Spain that I know best is the lack of maybe speaking English. Not everyone speaks English. We do everything in English. That's the reality. And maybe, again, in the case of Spain, there is not that culture of collaborating or cooperating as there is here. The case of Ukraine, I know less, but what I do know about Ukraine is that you have like a very high level of investigative journalism. Every year we see very, very good investigative journalism coming out of Ukraine. Also, it's not easy to be an investigative journalist there. So it's like really, we really admire what we do. And we would love to have more colleagues from Ukraine. So you said how you can help. We need to talk like ARENA and yourselves and to agree on sharing information, on translating what ARENA does in English into Ukrainian, and republish each other's content when we are advertising, for example, these programs that we offer, the masterclasses, the conference. It's follow each other on social media. Those things that sound simple, but that if we do them regularly and very often, they help because they spread the word and then people can reach out. In the case of the conference of Data Harvest, as I said, it's not free and it's not cheap, I would say. But then we got funding to offer these grants that then we encourage people to apply. Last year, we already had it, and we didn't receive that many applications from Ukraine, if I remember properly. So that's also our fault. We need to do ourselves more, a bigger effort in reaching out. And yeah, we need to communicate more and more often.
Дякую, Хосе. Залишайтеся.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you. Stay with us until the very end, because people will probably have questions to you. Right, so it's not really a problem of a language barrier, and that is true. We don't have a whole lot of journalists who speak English, but also we have to advertise these opportunities to them. You know, we have to not just ask to cooperate, we have to explain how it's done. Because some people think that it's too difficult, you know, it's too much work. And it's in the Western Europe, you know, we have nothing to do with that. So let's show them some good examples of how that kind of collaboration can produce successful results. Now I'm giving floor to Guar Harjayan from Media Bridge. Please, over to you.
Я буду говорити англійською.
I will speak in English.
It's a Media Bridge project, and that is the project that we have started 3 years ago with the support of Google D&I funds, and now we have finished that part of the project, and what we call now and what I will present you now is basically the reflections from Media Bridge 1.0 project, and now we are moving to a next phase with the redesign of the web page and redesign of the whole, some of the ideas that we had with Media Bridge project. So, about us. At Media Bridge, we help locally based media with intimate, in-depth knowledge of their regions in setting news agendas for global audiences. Instead of working on the stories ourselves, we build the capacity of national and regional media to produce investigations that meet international standards. So why we decided to do that? So what were the problems for that? Is actually one of those is lack of access to stories. So basically, sometimes the stories are based in the countries where it's difficult to travel, and these underreported areas basically stay without their stories being known around the world. It's a poor sustainability, so business models for media outlets are broken. It's imperfect foreign reporters in foreign reporting in the West, so lack of reporters sometimes. And the last part is coronavirus and travel restrictions. So it's difficult to access some of the countries due to coronavirus. So that's why we decided that solution would be the Media Bridge platform, and where we give some collaborative journalism tools. We build capacity. We have an editorial team that works with journalists in national and regional media to produce investigations that meet international standards. So our team scale and connect local and global themes, and we also provide methods for reaching new audiences and resources. And this is also done through investigative capacities and leading to some global connections. So what Media Bridge is giving you as a overview of the website, which is coming up during this month. The new website is the possibility to pitch a story and find a partner. So if you are a media outlet or a vetted freelancer on the ground with a strong public interest story for an international audience, or a global newsroom looking for specialized field reporting, Media Bridge will link you through the platform. You should either pitch a story or find a media partner. This approach creates an equal editorial relationship between users. We will publish also some events on our platform that could be dates for pitching sessions with journalists, planning sessions, training with Media Bridge team and editors. We will also look into putting some information about community insights, that this section will amplify the strategic communication and advocacy messages on the platform. And very soon we will also launch newsletter, and it will be a possibility to sign up for that, to stay updated both on events, on opportunities and new pitches coming up to the platform. So what are the benefits of the platform? So, sorry, I'll just, yeah. The benefits of the platform would be that we will provide collaborative journalism tools to our partners and journalists. The possibility of capacity building, scaling and connecting to local to global themes. We will give methods for reaching new audiences and resources. Provide coaching on pitches, how to do, what is the good pitch, how to pitch the story in the best way, so that if we want to head and get international media on board, how it should be pitched so it's attractive. Then conduct some planning sessions between journalists and editors, and there will be also a possibility to provide some seed money for research, small grants, and training in investigative methods. Also, since one of our partners in this project is Danish-based media Danwatch, then it will be also a possibility to facilitate some supply chain story ideas, because they basically work with supply chain. So what is our mission? And that is to create equitable story collaborations between public interest media of different sizes, geographies, focus areas, and formats to deliver essential stories from hard-to-reach places. We believe that our work should be based on trust. It's essential for building the collaborations and also the Media Bridge brand. It's also about IMS's way of working with partners. We are always building our collaboration and on trust. So national partners must feel reassured about confidentiality, and international media about fact-checking and exclusivity of the pitches and stories. And the method is, of course, Media Bridge will build a community of collaborators through calls for stories, pitching sessions and workshops, as I mentioned, where media of different sizes can meet, understand each other's needs, create stories and gain new skills in multi-format public interest journalism. And so who we are, that is two organizations in Denmark. One is International Media Support, which is an NGO where I work and represent. And another one is the Danish media, award-winning media Danwatch, investigative media. And the team is, the editorial team is, has three different lead partners. It's Henrik Grunet, Jesper Hune, and Preeti Nalu, who is also an award-winning journalist. I will come back later. And we also have a team of experienced regional coordinators and editors around the world. And in Eastern Europe, we have Ole Kamenok as a regional coordinator. He just joined us. So, good timing. So, as for our plan for the next 5 years, what we hoped for is to announce at least 15 calls for investigative stories based on different diverse themes, and all in all produce 60 stories, at least 60 stories. Then we would like to have at least 100 active partners from Global South on the platform, and at least 50 global commissioning media working with those partners. At least, and we also hope to get at least 15 funding and media development partners on our platform. So, as for our success stories, I would say that we have been working during the last 3 years on and found several models how we could work. So originally we designed the platform to be south to north collaboration, but right now we understood during our work with Media Bridge that actually sometimes we actually need to connect journalists south to south. And one of the examples is the Arab-Ukrainian story, which is Arish produced. It's a Yemen-related story about a fake Ukrainian doctor amputating hospital patients' legs in Yemen. A Ukrainian investigative organization revealed the fake doctor's past, and the story was published in Rasif 22, local-based media in Lebanon, Arish, Arab Reporters for Investigative Journalism, and Ukrainian media Slidstvo. So another example of collaboration is so-called North-South collaboration on stories. And I bring example of Iranian exile media Zamani Radio and Zetland, the Danish media, together with Denwatch, who partnered to report about the illegal organ trade market in Iran that uses Instagram. Zamani reporters went undercover to expose how his hospitals and doctors in Iran are involved in illegal kidney transplants, and the story was also published in both on Zamani website, it's Excel media based in Netherlands, and Denwatch and Zetland as well. And the last possibility to collaborate through Media Breach is actually so-called specialized thematic coverage, where we looked into the heightened risks that female land and environmental defenders are facing in the world's most dangerous countries. For such work is Colombia and Mexico. So we looked into bringing journalists to collaborate on this story for both countries, and the story were published via El Turbión, Animal Politico, Denwatch, Global Witness, Democracy Now, and a specially designed platform for this project. And that project was actually fully funded by IMS Global Response Department and specifically by Global Safety Program. So that is also one of the possibilities how to work through Media Breach. And yeah, I would like to present the team, which I have also mentioned. It's Henrik Grunet, who is the Media Breach editor, IMS Senior Media Advisor. Jesper Hune Peterson, who is Media Breach editor as well, and Denwatch editor-in-chief. Then we have Preeti Nalu, who is also in the editor's committee. She is a writer, journalist, and filmmaker from India, and the founding editor at News Deeply. And Oleg Hominok, I present him here because we are here in Kiev, in Eastern Europe, so he is Media Breach regional coordinator and editor, and as you know, he is senior media advisor and of Internews networks, member of the board of the directors of Global Investigative Journalism Network. Thank you very much. If you want to connect with me, you can find my details on screen, or if you would like to acquire more information about cooperation with Media Breach, you can write to operations@mediabreach.org and you will be given a reply. Thank you very much.
Дуже дякую, Гоар. Є питання в аудиторії, я бачу.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Any questions from audience? I don't know what language I should use better.
But do you have any geographical limitations about who can participate in these programs? And more specifically, can Central Asian media take part in these programs?
Absolutely. It's a global project, so all the countries in the world can participate in this project. We don't have any exceptions, and we actually would like to have Central Asia on board with us. So if Klopp has stories, please get connected. Yeah.
Ще питання є у аудиторії? Ну, тоді у мене таке саме запитання.
Okay, any more questions from the audience? Okay, then I have the same question as I asked Jose. Do you have enough journalists from Ukraine, and is it a problem that there's not enough of them, if there's not enough? Are there any barriers? Why should there be more of them, and any obstacle how to overcome it?
Oleg, and he is of a great help, also is specifically in Ukraine, and I mean, when we had any of the stories ideas, for example, the one I mentioned on Ukrainian doctor, Oleg was the one to find the partner in Ukraine, so it was not a problem for him to find. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was Fyodor Sidoruk who worked on the project with us. So, and I think that until now, we did not have any problems finding Ukrainian partners. That was more on our side, to be more quick to work with the Ukrainian partners and actually to speed up the process at our. So these are some of the lessons learned, because we do have stories in Ukraine and also in Eastern Europe. Sometimes we need also the other part to be more active to bring the story to life.
Тобто, в принципі, дефіциту з України немає. Але ви сказали про те, що...
So there's no deficit from Ukraine, but you said that you're searching for Ukrainian partners. Are there enough initiatives from the Ukrainian journalists to offer their topics? Yeah. Thank you. I'd like to give floor to Svetlana Slavinska, Journalist Fund in EU. This name is as familiar as Arena, as Data Harvest. Please let me know. Tell us more. Thank you, Katarina. I'm happy to welcome all participants of this panel. I would like to thank you once again for the opportunity to speak in my own country and present our organization. Can we have the presentation up? I'm happy to present organization Journalist Fund EU. This is one of the oldest organization which supports cross-border journalist investigations. Our organization was founded back in 1998. It exists for more than 20 years now, and it was established in honor of the famous Belgian journalist Pascal de Croo. Our headquarters are based in Brussels, Belgium. The story is that Pascal de Croo was a famous Belgian TV journalist, and at the age of 33, he died in an accident. And there was an idea among his friends who wanted to honor his memory. And in 2 decades, this idea became an organization that holds high authority, that provides grants to journalists from all over Europe and beyond its borders. The key goal of Journalism Fund is support of independent cross-border investigative journalism with development through cooperation of donors and journalists for the development of democracy in Europe. We're aiming to build a powerful network of investigative journalists that would promote best practices in the profession and could facilitate the use of the best practices of journalist investigations. A few words about how our organization works. I'd like to emphasize the Journalist Fund plays an intermediary role. It's a bridge between the donors and journalists. And this intermediary role gives the chance to donors to fund journalist projects, and it doesn't affect journalist investigation in any way. Journalist Fund EU fully supports editorial policy of independence in all of its grant recipients. You can see some statistics here. You can find more on our website. And further, I would like to focus more. I think it would be more interesting on a practical level regarding the grants that our organizations are providing that you could request for. First of all, I wanted to present some European cross-border grants. One of the programs was successfully organized by Money Trail, and it was successfully completed this year. 2 new powerful programs towards the disclosure of modern slavery and investigative journalism. First of all, I'm very happy to present European Cross-Border Grants Program. That exists since 2009 and that aims for support of cross-border journalist investigations in Europe and beyond, if necessary. So if you have a good idea in any European topic, you may file for this program. On a practical level, basically, in order to apply for this program, you have to be a professional journalist. You have to reside in one of the Council of Europe states. Basically, we cover all of the geographical Europe. Your team has to consist of at least 2 professional journalists from 2 different European countries. And like I said, your idea may be pertinent to anything relevant for the general European public. Another condition, you have to provide at least 2 letters of support from 2 different media, from different European countries. These letters of intention will be further used to publish your journalist investigation idea. This year, grant proposals were received 4 times a year. Very soon, the deadlines for the next year will be announced on this program. I wanted to draw your attention to this. If you're a journalist from Ukraine and you want to do your own cross-border investigation, but you can't find a partner, Journalism Fund can provide you any support, can provide us projects were done for any sort of Journalist Fund EU, and you can see on the left, you can filter any topic. You can look it up at the map. And you can see which countries did the remaining thematic investigations. Another technical point, in order to apply for any of our grants, you can visit our application system, Grants Journalism Fund EU. You get registered in the system. You can work on your request online. You and your colleagues can go back to this request at any time and process it further. And this system has been established in a very user-friendly manner, given our grant recipients. At the registration, you need to indicate your personal details, the information about the investigation you're planning to do, indicate which methods you plan to use, what prior analysis you have done, what methodology you want to apply, and also how you plan to spread the word, to promote your story. Also, you need to upload at least 2 letters of support from professional media, like I said, from different countries, and fill out budget form. And you can find this format in this application system as well. Selection criteria. Journalist Fund EU cooperates with an independent jury, which assesses your requests based on these criteria on the screen. relevance of your investigation for the society, quality, original methods, appropriateness, your deadlines, your budget, your team and experience, and cross-border aspect. It is compulsory. Your investigation has to have a cross-border aspect. Journalist Fund supports your study in any manifestation, and your final journalist products may be provided online, books, videos, cross-media, etc. We're very happy to present mentorship program that operates in pretty much every program of Journalist Fund EU. You can choose your mentor out of a specially created mentor pool, Journalist Fund EU, with experienced investigative journalists from all different continents. You may choose a mentor both for some thematic advice and for any technical issues. And this professional may help you search for sources in project management, etc., or to distribute your story. If you're choosing a mentor and if you're indicating that you have chosen this mentor, then Journalist Fund pays for this additionally, so you don't need to allocate the money for a mentor in your budget request. It goes through a separate budget line. This slide shows mentor pool. And if you can't find a mentor on your specific topic, then you may offer your own mentor. I'd like to say a few words about Money Trail program, which has finished this year. For the support of investigations for illegal cross-border financial flows and tax abuse and corruption in Europe, Asia, and Africa, which provided grants to journalists not only from Europe but also from Asia, Africa, and provided trainings and provided mentors. Now I'd like to elaborate on our newest program and encourage all Ukrainian journalists to apply. Modern Slavery. This program is directed at cross-border journalist investigations on forced labor in Europe, cross-border human trafficking, and human trafficking sourced in Asia. This program was targeted at the journalists from Europe and Asia. The program requests were accepted 4 times a year. If you're a journalist from Ukraine and you wish to find a colleague from Asia and you can't do it, Journalist Fund can facilitate that. And our state-of-the-art programs are environmental programs. These grants will operate for the next 6 years. There will be 20 rounds. And these grants will consist of 2 key parts. First part, grants for journalist investigations in the field of environment. Grants will be provided to professional journalists and individuals from different countries. The program also specifically supports comparative studies on environmental matters at the local level between 2 and different regions or cities. Second powerful part is grants for services of environmental journalism. These grants can be supported by grants and institutions from different ideas and the hosting of different trainings on environmental matters. on abuse of the environment, ecology, and organization of different programs of professional development for investigative journalists for the examination of environmental topics. A few words about the budget. This application system, Journalist Fund, you can find a special budget form in it that will consist of two types of costs. The first part, you can submit a grant for the use of your working time during the study. Another part of your cost is your expenses that may include trips, visas, accommodation, access to databases, legal support, etc. So in this system, you can find a special budget form to apply for all grant programs. I'd also like to say a few words about the impact. We have a lot of completed journalist investigations that had lasting effects. Journalism Fund measures this impact It monitors whether or not the investigation has provoked any debate in the society or amendments in legislation. Very valuable experience and impact is received through the implementation of your project itself. So as you implement your study, you first of all develop your own professional cross-border network. You set up cross-border cooperation amongst yourselves, between colleagues, that you can further use in your further journalist investigations. And lastly, I'd like to emphasize, to give a few examples of this impact. A study of cross-continental journalist team was completed recently from Lithuania and Belarus. The team studied activity of two Belarus business persons that were in close connection with Belarus regime. And the impact of that study, as an impact, at least two Belarus business persons were included in the sanctions package of the European Union since June this year. Another example is powerful cross-border team from Germany, Spain, and the UK. It was called The Face of Europe, Facing the Future. And after that study, the impact was that members of European Parliament addressed the European Commission with a request to provide a detailed plan on the creation of databases of facial recognition in the EU, because investigative journalist investigations were aimed at the introduction of face recognition technologies in the EU. That is all briefly on grants. And I would also like to say that if there's more interest around, we have prepared flyers in Ukrainian and English that you can receive here. So they're here now, and then they will be at the reception after this. Thank you, Svetlana, for very practical information, for good examples. Please. Thank you. This was a very interesting presentation. And I'm particularly grateful that you've started supporting journalists not only from Europe, but also from Asia. I'm from Kyrgyzstan myself, and it's particularly important for me. You mentioned several times that you only support professional journalists. I'm just curious, how do you define professionalism? What is your definition? Thank you. First of all, in your application system, when you file for application, when you register, you have to provide at least a few references. So who recommends you? And examples of your prior work. Secondly, Journalist Fund is using the program called Well Check. As soon as we get your application, all journalists are being checked for their professionalism through that program. And we wanted to say here that it's very important to understand that, for example, students have no right to apply. We had several cases. Only a journalist that is actively working on a professional level as a freelancer or within a publication. Alexander Voloshin, Slidstvo.info. I checked it against the website and what kind of amounts you assign. What is the average amount of a grant? I checked it against your website. From 2 different European countries that are not members of the EU. It's not necessary for the EU members. Moreover, we're very happy to involve countries that are not part of the European Union that cover the Eastern Europe, and it's very important for me. And we already have some of such examples. When a journalist from Ukraine applied, asked for our help from Journalist Fund to find a colleague from our database. But in order to apply, like I said, your team has to consist already of professional journalists so that your request has been accepted. You have to have at least 2 journalists at the time of your application. If you're just one professional journalist, if you need another colleague from another country, if you don't have contacts, you simply ask us and we will help. On your second question, the size of the grant is an individual case. It's decided on an individual basis. Depends on your timing of investigation, your number, your countries. This may be a small grant from a few thousand up to 20,000 euros. In any case, the average depends 36.6. 8,000 to 9,000 on average, I think, at least for this year, as far as I remember. As far as we've studied the matter. Okay, let's move on. Who else has questions? Please step up. Olena Mudra, Media Project Radaye. Should this story be a sort of major, large-scale story, or could it be some local story that could be, applicable for other countries, or it could be a purely Ukrainian story, like some money laundered in one of the European countries, but being Ukrainian story? What sort of story does it have to be? Your topic may be relevant for any European country. If you apply with your colleague from another European country, this topic at least has to be relevant for your 2 respective countries. This will be enough. That is why one of the requirements is letters of intent from 2 different European countries. During selection, the jury assesses your 2 letters, your media outlets, that are supporting you and may provide the platform for your publication after the end of investigation. Thank you. I don't see any questions at the moment. We don't have much time. I'd like to give floor to Anatoly Shalayev, Newsprice. Hello, dear colleagues. I'd like to thank the Institute of Regional Press Development for the invitation. I'm happy to present here a rather new project supporting investigative journalists in Europe and Central Asia, which is called Newsprice. Basically, this is the picture of the countries with which we work: Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and the Baltic states. Globally speaking, who are we? We are a new international project supporting investigative journalists in Central Europe and in Europe and Central Asia. Our key goal is to tell the broad circle of people about things hidden. These are statutory points. Generally speaking, this is the team of 16 people founded in Belarus, in Ukraine and Kyrgyzstan, and Russia. Obviously, with the things that are happening in Belarus, many of our employees maintain anonymity, but generally, we support investigative journalists. Money comes from the European Commission, and respectively, we're working towards solidarity with the people of Belarus. Speaking about our projects, these are our investigations. And since we're talking about COVID, with Belarus, Russia, Ukraine, how much does it cost to buy a certificate? That sort of investigation, this was very interesting. Ukraine was doing a banquet during COVID, and there was something very similar in St. Petersburg, and we touched upon Kazakhstan stories. We spoke about how much Pfizer is selling it, what are the conditions of its contract with different countries.
We wrote about illegal migrants in Kyrgyzstan, and that was a very popular investigation. It was quite public, and it was supported by the Prague Center. And we are very much ready to cooperate with all the media, with all the networks and the donors. We are always open for cooperation. We look for new team members, we look for new mentors, and just recently, the previous grant period is over, and we are transitioning to a new time period. And there's going to be a new grant to support investigative journalism between $2,000 to $10,000 US, and we will be using OSINT tools for those kind of investigations, and we always welcome transborder investigations. The survey, essentially, it's an application form, and it's quite simple and easy to use, and the budget is very much detailed, and it's very easy to fill out and submit, as long as you have an interesting idea, and as long as you are covering several countries. Speaking about the presence of our organization, we have a website, we have Telegram, Facebook account, and since I represent the entire team, I'm not anonymous, so please use my contacts. We are ready for cooperation, any kind of cooperation, for posting information on our website and on any other website. Also, we can exchange banners and, do all those kind of things. Yeah. You know, I was switching slides in my computer, but I forgot to switch them on the screen. So we are talking about collaboration and grant money, grant funding. Use the QR codes to access that information. We already also prepared a few business cards about the grants and my personal business cards, so they will be available at the registration desk. So if you want to know more about this, we are always open for that kind of cooperation. Use my phone number or email. Any questions? Any questions from the audience? I don't want to ask you about the number of journalists from Ukraine. I guess you just have enough. All right. Tell me, please. Speaking about your website and your project, I can apply and then my team can apply, or can separately with our own project, or can we join an existing project? Or we have to bring something of our own to the table, and then you check whether it complies with your requirements or not. Generally, in principle, we did not look into that kind of format. If you have an idea, we can actually help you and find a partner from an Eastern European country or Central Asia. We are open to many new ideas. We're a new project. We are open to cooperation in any kind of way. And we can exchange contact information and cooperate with you. We're flexible, that's what I'm trying to say. Any other questions? If you don't have any other questions, then I guess it's my turn. So please put on my presentation. I represent IWPR, and we are the Institute for Disclosing Information About War and Peace. We are present in Ukraine since 2014, and we do conflict-sensitive reporting. We work on and report on security issues. Globally, our organization is present in 30 countries for a very long time. And it's more about media development, but since 2016, we started having a lot of projects dealing with anti-corruption activists and cooperation with media. In other words, we started bringing in more media because they were secondary for us in the beginning, and we started engaging activists from the regions of Ukraine. Right now, I am pleased to inform you about the newborn project, and it started yesterday on December 1st with the support of the EU. And we are implementing it in close partnership with ERP, and that is a logical partner for us, who is also a leader in terms of supporting journalist investigations for many years. And there are training opportunities and networking opportunities and grant opportunities and everything else that is available. And it's been available for at least 15 years. This project is called Boosting Investigative Journalism Outlets Across Ukraine, and that means facilitation that we provide to the journalism outlets. So not individual journalists, but to outlets. This project, the font is very tiny, I apologize for this, but this project will last until the end of 2023. And the key audience are regional centers for journalist investigations. We also add some hybrid organizations, such as HUDs. That is a hybrid organization in our understanding, because they are dealing with activism, public activism, and investigations. We have a lot of examples like this all across Ukraine, and we offered grant funding to one of the outlets to conduct investigations, and also on top of that, they do some public activism and advocacy. Now, where this idea came from? We see a lot of support from donors for production of content. And when we receive applications, we see that many organizations, they leave off grant money. And production of content, that's the thing that they make in the outlets. There was the Metro project supporting all this, and they aimed at capacity building for journalism investigation centers. They offered training, coaching, webinars. They generated tons of ideas and resources. But that project did not envisage any kind of financial support. Now, we want to integrate all of these developments, including developments made by Metro project and the feedback that we have collected afterwards, lessons learned and things like that. And with the support of Danish Anticorruption Initiative, it's the Media Development Foundation, and they offer some very interesting training on media business. And they talk about monetization. And also there is some kind of pitching from investors, and I do not know whether everybody will be able to get that kind of training, but we'll see. So I think that there will be lots of different opportunities and ideas in this area which we can support. On top of that, it's a large-scale, 2-year initiative, but the resources are not that huge that are available. We offer grant funding for 12 centers for regional journalism investigations. And we are not planning to offer financial support to some important national outlets such as Bihus.info, Scheme. We want to use their resources instead, such as experience, mentors, trainers, and so on, and then the teams who do media business, who teach media business. We will be using that. So that is a key component, and I will get back to the component shortly. In the project, we envisage also some additional activities, and they are supporting the key objective. So training for new investigative journalists, and that is a component of IRP, where the new journalists apply for grant funding and they get mentors, they get legal support. And we support that kind of work as well. But we are giving more attention to the centers of journalism investigations, which may employ some new journalists, some beginners. But if the applications are at par between member and non-member of the club, we will probably look into those applications and we will engage some new topics. So if we want to have more investigations in certain topics, then we will offer some calls for proposals, twice a year, for instance, and people will be able to apply. Also, there will be a TOT opportunity, and that is going to be aimed at the investigative journalism and media business in this field. So we will look into different training opportunities, monetization, management, those kind of things. So we will try to make sure that most of the graduates specialize in that. But of course, there are always exceptions. We will focus on people who are going to apply, and then we'll apply high-quality selection, which is going to mean more than some specific rules saying that, okay, this person belongs to the journalism, investigative journalism sphere. We will fund this conference. We'll make sure that all the centers are represented, not just through participation of their members, but also we want to engage them as speakers so that they could talk about cases and their participation in the project. And we will improve the existing component, which we work on for many years. So cooperation between NGOs working different issues, such as accountability of government and investigative journalists. So we will have some separate workshops on that topic. And also we have a forum for regional activists, where there are a lot of journalists. And we want to make sure that the topics are interesting for the activists and for the journalists. Now, briefly about grant support as one of the key components. The selection of participants will be phased, and we will spend another half a year doing that. So please keep an eye open for our announcements. Then you'll have to apply and explain what your organization is and what it does and what kind of funding you want to get for what. For institutional development, for instance, and what kind of development. So I, of course, can add to that production of content, but it needs to be aimed at certain development process, because we don't have video content, and we want to develop the capacity. So please give us money to support that kind of activity, and then we will go with that. Yes, that means institutional development, and it can be supported. Or we want to add new topics and reach out to new audiences. That also is development, and production of content also should contain certain development component, because we want to see that development potential so that everybody benefits from it. So we will be getting your applications, we will engage the team of mentors, and we will develop a sustainability index, not like in Metro, which dealt with NGOs. We will have a more comprehensive approach, and there are commercial media and other kinds of media, so we cannot apply a cookie-cutter approach. We're going to have a hybrid index relevant to the situation we want to measure. What kind of organization it is, how effective it is, and then how effective it is in terms of media. Then needs assessment. We want to have a dialogue about your needs. Afterwards, we plan to have a joint workshop to exchange ideas, because we already had a research over the phone, and we said, okay, if I can give you 25,000 euro tomorrow, what can you do with that money? And before it was kind of like interrogation, because the ideas were created with huge pains. I unexpectedly called and asked questions, but then I started asking about other ideas produced by the colleagues, and somehow that kind of brainstorming helped to transition to some other new ideas dealing with development. And we think that this workshop is going to be quite useful. Of course, not everybody will be able to make it for the next round, but that is already something good. We know from our Norwegian projects that it works well, because prior to the announcement of the call for proposals, we organized trainings where people meet and greet each other. They exchange ideas, they simulate drafting project proposals, they talk about developments, they network, there are a lot of professional things, project design, M&E, technical things, and then they learn from each other about topics for new projects, and that's how coalitions are generated, and the calls for proposals are getting better and better every year. So 80% of our participants, they apply, and then somehow, speaking about winning projects, 70 to 80% are those who attended the workshops. However, the people in the panel, the judges and the participants are different people. So we had a call for proposal in the spring, and we got 64 applications with a total cost of 84,000 euro, but we were able to fund only 75,000 euro. And the problem was not because of the money we didn't have, but because we actually were ready to fund 500,000, but we came to the donors and we said, please give us 500,000. And they could give us that, but after fifth application, we probably could have brought 3-5 more applications up to date by negotiation, but the rest were pretty much trash. That's the quality about calls for proposals and applications, and that's not just our problem, that's everyone's problem. So we are trying to engage mentors and experts, and we want to have some joint work in place. And as a result, we will be able to support the best projects, which can show all the capacities, and that was the best that we could squeeze out from this area. Now, after all those phases, we can say that, look, now you can finalize your applications and submit. And at this phase, we will say, look, at this moment, please, you have to undertake a bigger project, or you, please, pick up a smaller project, because there is no chance. At that stage, things will show, because there are 12 grants available, and only 6, and I'm talking about average numbers, they may change, but 6 organizations will get about 25,000 each, and the maximum amount is 30,000. So others will get smaller grants for some local improvements, because possibly, and that's another nuance, possibly there is no one else who can do this. But then if there are, we can go to our donors and request additional funding. That means cooperation between supply and demand. I also, that's the contact information on the slide, but I also want to say that organizational development is about 3 important areas. Number 1, monetization, because the donor is going to ask, what are they going to do without the money when we are gone? So it's a very special topic. And classical media business actually suffers from crisis and the approaches and the economy that we have. But the investigation centers, they are special, and that's why making money for them is very hard. So we will try to use all opportunities for monetization, but that's not going to be the key thing. If they appear, we will support them. So we have huge potential for working with content and editorial management, but also there is another important issue. It's the trust from the audience and reputation in your communities. I'm not saying that those investigation centers are not like that. I'm saying there is a threat, because usually there is discreditation campaign saying that you guys are living off your grants and you're sold out. But you produce high-quality product, and regular consumers, they will confuse you with someone else, with the bad guys, and that's a threat. So it's very hard, actually, to reach out to regular consumers, because, make a special product. Not everybody is interested. Not everybody wants to know. And it's not much fun reading those investigations or watching them. So it's more difficult. So you have to spend more time on the communications component, and you need to stand out as high-quality media, even when no one reads you every day. But still, you said something big, something important, there is some information, and people will need to view it as true information. So it's very hard right now to tell what's what these days. So this ends my presentation. You've seen my contact information. We also have a website. It's an international website, and there will be some messages on it. IWPR Facebook Ukraine, that's local Ukrainian Facebook account where we post information. And, we post more information on more networks where it's appropriate. And then there is the general email account, which we can use, and we're going to use all the resources. So thank you for your attention. I'm ready to answer questions. I have a question about the deadlines. Maybe I missed that information. When the applications are due? And you mentioned the Journalism Investigation Center. Do we actually have to have a name like that, or can we have a different name? However, working on the same thing. Thank you. Well, there was no deadline. I said that we just started. So I think that in January there will be announcements made about that, where we will talk about the deadlines. You know, we're not savages. We always give time to people for applying. So there'll be like 3, maybe 4 weeks to submit an application. Should not be a problem. And you can start thinking about concepts of institutional development. And we will have lots of information about you, who you are, what kind of media you are. You know, we will need to have some background information about you and what you do. Speaking about journalist investigation centers, in principle, yeah, and again, you know, there could be exceptions, but you gotta have a separate organization, not a media department in a big organization. Because, you know, that's about decision-making as well. You know, you have to pick up certain commitments, right, that you will do some reform and transformation. And if something like that happens, you know, we need to make sure that you guys are professionally working on investigations instead of just being a department in a bigger organization. So you have to be, well, you can have a different name. You can be called bureau or whatever, agency, but you have to be some kind of, you know, an independent, rather independent organization. Good evening. My name is Sergei Sidorov. I'm from the town of Zaporizhzhia. And there was a competition, a small grant competition to support regional and local activists. I've seen your letter. Yes, I did. That's very good. We'd like you to run a quick survey for the regional staff to see what the regional professionals need, so that this call for proposals is useful, right? Because it needs to meet expectations. And thank you for your advice. I heard it. Well, if there are no more questions, let's then ask if there are any other questions to other speakers. So we have only about 5 minutes for that. Because Heinrich wants to ask. Please, go ahead.
It seems to me that there are more funding of investigative reporting sponsored by organizations like you this year than it used to be. How can you be sure that what you fund is of high quality?
Це питання до мене чи
Is this question to me or to everyone present in the panel?
Well, not to you, but personally, but I thought that one of you would like to answer that.
будь ласка.
I can answer on behalf of Media Breach, and since we are actually putting a huge focus on quality and ethical journalism, and we have an editorial committee consisting of 3 journalists, working journalists as well. So that would be, and also a part of that is also training for the pitch and mentoring of some of the stories that will be put up as a part of the Media Breach. So that is the way we are going to make sure that we have a highest quality of stories coming up. And also that is also what is required for international media to get on board with us, because we need to make sure story is fact-checked and of high quality. So that's thank you for your question, but we are really working on that.
Спасибо. Я хотіла сказати.
Thank you so much. We also have Jose online with us. If he wants to join, he can do that.
Yeah, actually, we don't offer funding ourselves directly, but that's a good question, and I think it only applies to the work Arena does, because we want to build these networks of journalists who collaborate with each other. And the question of maybe quality of the work, or in our case of trust, how do we ensure trust, that we are accepting members, that we can trust them when there are so many people around. And yeah, I wanted to mention it because I think it's interesting. And in our case, we try to keep a chain of trust, like people are recommended by someone whom we already know. And before directly collaborating with people or with organizations, we always do background checks. We check and verify ourselves that directly the work these people or these organizations have done, so that, as the colleague just said, so that we keep the quality threshold high.
Дякую.
Thank you so much. Any more questions? I have a question. I said that we suffer from poor quality applications. Now I want to ask my colleagues, how do you fight this problem? And what's the bigger problem? Lack of applications, or their poor quality? Or you just have so many that you don't have enough funding to support all of them?
I would say that we get lots of applications and also, story ideas to support, but unfortunately not all of them of the highest quality. So there is still a big work to do to put all those even pitches up to the speed and up to the quality, so that we could get partners on board from the other side. And it doesn't matter whether it's international media, it could also be, South-to-South collaborations, because if it's in some cases, Ukraine is ahead of other countries also. So I think that there is a lot to be done. A lot of training needs to be done still. Or we need to, get together also with IWPR and others and, work together as much as possible. And I know some of my colleagues have been in touch with the EU Journalism Fund also to cooperate with Media Breach, how we can work together. So I think, getting together as donors, partners, and, would help to bring the quality up.
Стосовно Journalism Fund, я хотіла...
Speaking about Journalism Fund, today and every year, I think, we see improvement in applications. Of course, there is room for improvement as always, but every time we see better and better quality. Also, we can use some other examples. Previously, we had high-quality applications, and then we would look at that application, we would provide feedback, and we always give feedback in great detail and explain why we think this and this should be done. There are a lot of examples when the team of journalists would take into consideration the feedback and then reapply. And the judges welcome those kind of applications. If they take into consideration all our feedback, then that grant will be awarded to this group. If funds are lacking, and if you have a lot of high-quality applications, we try to recommend the team to apply to another fund. Let's say they submitted for European cross-border grants, but then it's covering environmental topics, then we advise to go to environmental organizations, because sometimes they have more money, and then we want to distribute those applications evenly. When we talk about, let's say, modern-day slavery, same thing. Thank you so much. We have an annual competition. There are lots of people who want to take part. But then there is an issue with implementation of those applications, because on December 1st we were supposed to summarize the entire year, but still there are organizations that did not implement. Or sometimes they implement, but a different topic. So we do a lot of feedback, we consult. Sometimes the application is poor quality, but the implementation is very good, and vice versa. Thank you. Well, our session ran its course. If there are no more questions, I would like to thank everyone. So, Jose, please leave your contact information or add them to the presentation and send them to the organizers. And that's how we can send your contact information to the participants. So thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. And we'd like to thank the speakers. Jose, thank you. And I'd like to thank the translators, as per the tradition of Andrei Kulikov. Thank you everyone. And now we will have a 30-minute break. And in 30 minutes, there will be a panel on Pandora papers. That is probably the most significant investigation for this couple of years. And there will be a side event for journalists who have signed up for this. So we will communicate with our colleagues from the Arab states. And we will talk about topics which can be interesting for Ukrainian original journalists. Thank you.
Вітаю, друзі.
I welcome you, friends. I hope you all came to the room that you were willing for. We shall discuss today the biggest investigation of journalists ever, Pandora Papers. I am Tatiana Kozarya, one of the investigators. Elena Loginova will arrive a little bit later because she's in the traffic jam. Our colleagues from different countries are connected. Luke Garding from The Guardian, UK, is with us. Alisa Markhovskaya from Russian Federation, Atanas Chabanov from Bulgaria, Ion Raska from Moldova, and Alex Prinsen from Canada will also speak about Pandora Papers investigation. We have panel in 2 languages, Russian and English. I hope there will be no language problem for me. If you have problems with any of these languages, you can take the headsets and listen to translation. So, first of all, I would like to give you general information what Pandora Papers are. Maybe any of you didn't know about. A few slides will help you to get to know what Pandora Papers are. That was the biggest collaboration of investigative journalists in history of investigative journalism. 600 journalists from 117 countries of the world took part in it. 150 media partners were participating, so the biggest leak of information in history, 12 million confidential files from 12 different providers all over the world. Providers, I mean companies that were engaged in registration of offshore companies for wealthy and powerful people in the world. As a result of this investigation, it was detected that 35 former world leaders or current world leaders possess offshore companies or were engaged in certain type of activities that possibly is unlawful. More than 330 politicians the world over were also revealed by the papers. Look at the cover. We shall discuss it more with Luke Garding, President of Ukraine. Zelensky is the most visible figure in this collage, although both Vladimir Putin is there, and the Prince of Jordan, and President Aliyev. Many influential persons are there, but Zelensky stands higher than all of them. We must say that there is some impact of these investigations. Legislators in USA came to conclusions that not only banks are obliged to report who their clients are. Now, U.S. legislators now insist that both lawyers and PR companies and people who are selling or buying some art goods, buying some pictures, costly thing, that they are subjected to due diligence as well, and study who their clients are. Now talks are going on that in U.S. Congress. because as a result of this huge investigation, it was found that a great number of lawyers and companies that help to launder money for politicians, heads of states, they use loopholes, and actually do not violate the law, but still they help officials to legalize their money. We know that in some countries, impact of Pandora Papers was considerable. In Czech Republic, Prime Minister lost elections, for instance, but our guests from different countries will tell about impacts of their countries. Olena will tell about impact in Ukraine. So what are the basic rules for collaboration between journalists when conducting some large-scale investigations? All 600 journalists abide by these rules. Journalists do not sign any written contract, written rules, but there are certain unwritten rules that you abide by. One of them is that all journalists have equal access to all files. Each journalist out of this group of 600 journalists have equal access to leakage papers. One should say that other principle is important. Any journalist could ask help from other journalists. If Ukrainian journalist needed help from a journalist from Germany, for him to get certain files from their register or translate a certain text from the document. Since I do not know German, I cannot read it, but I cannot share this file with the translator because it's a confidential document. So you could ask for aid from your colleague. So it's both good and bad. Olena Loginova is joining us, so now our party will become greater fun. So this is good that you can ask for help from your colleagues, but other colleagues can ask you for help, which makes your work more complicated. Apart from your own story, you have questions from your colleagues, and you must remember about them and try to find information that they need from me. What other interesting things can we tell? Olena, help me. Several publications can work on the same story. Story of Zelensky, both Litvo and Full, The Guardian, ACAJ, they all worked on this story. And before publications, all journalists can get access to draft material of their colleagues, which simplifies the work, and you can maybe double-check certain data and agree upon the final text. Nobody tells journalists which topics to raise, which officials to write about. Each journalist, each editor is choosing topics that you want to investigate. Olena, I have already mentioned that we shall speak Russian or English, but I was speaking Ukrainian, so I violated this rule. So, Olena, when you speak, please use either Russian or English. We shall start from you, because your topic is more relevant to the audience. What happened behind the scenes of this investigation? What it started from? How you picked up this topic? how your memo was changing within this year investigation, how it started, what was the result, whether you use other instruments apart from the leaked papers. We, as authors of certain materials, are always criticized. People allege that you're given materials that is written for you and you do nothing. You get leaked materials, just publish it, and that's it. Things are much more complicated, so please tell us more about that. What were the key findings that you got? What reaction you expected and what you got? Whether you are satisfied with the check of declarations of President Zelensky conducted by National Agency, Anticorruption. In fact, I thought that number of people will be more. So they are all online. So I want to say hello to all those who are online. I'm late because of traffic jams, and I expected to see many colleagues at this table, but you are all online. In fact, Tanya says that people think that if you get leaked materials, your story is ready. It's not true. Story about Zelensky started differently. It started, for me, 2 years ago, when I was investigating Privatbank. We made a film about the bank, and there was one episode when money removed from Privatbank bank were transferred to the personal accounts of Zelensky and his friends, who now are at power in Ukraine. But that was 2 years ago. An investigation started by Mr. Aryev, who was a member of parliament from Poroshenko party. So I was dealing with Privatbank story for 2 years, and I was going to deeper. But these companies were registered at some names. We couldn't get to know information about the final beneficial owner. That was banking secrecy. Many cases regarding Privatbank are opened in Ukraine, but this episode was not part of any investigation before. So people who were investigating the case of this bank didn't have this information, or they didn't want to share it with me. When Tanya and I, as well as other colleagues, got access to millions of files of Pandora papers, I started researching the companies that received money from Privatbank, allegedly. And then I saw all familiar names. All those people who were very successful showmen, who are now the leading politicians in the countries. I found confirmation for 4 companies who were united by one company, Multi-Capital, that I later called the heart of the scheme. There is a presentation. You can show slides. Yeah, you can show slides.
That's posted to the movie. This is part of the scheme that we managed to find evidence to prove who is the beneficial owner of the company, because we cannot see transactions here. So this Maltex company is the heart of the scheme, around which they created this offshore empire of Vladimir Zelensky and his Kvartal 95. So that's key findings. And by the way, as to Maltex, Zelensky and his team claimed that the investigation dealt mostly with the year 2012, many years before the presidential elections, but that's not true because Maltex and its shareholders were from the Heritage Company, and at the time when Vladimir Zelensky filed the return, the declaration, he owned it, then he transferred title to his wife, and this company was being paid dividends from Maltex in April. And April is the month when we already knew the results of the second round of presidential elections. And again, that was our hypothesis. And like I said, we don't have access to transactional data, but we claim that that was the intention of Vladimir Zelensky, but they refused to comment on this, and still an open-ended topic. We also found real estate in London that was that belonged to the group of companies under Maltex. The real estate belonging to Sergei Shefir, who is deputy head of the presidential office, the office of the president. Well, who did I involve in making this story were the experts. You remember that during Panama Papers, experts would refuse to testify, and when I was making filming video interviews, and of course when you talk about a suspect who is the president of the country, well, experts might tell you something and then refuse to repeat it. So I decided this time around to involve international experts, somebody who would understand how international corporations pay dividends, because in Ukraine, when experts look at the papers and they say, well, it could have been done this way or that way, some other documents might have been signed afterwards, but luckily the journalists work with what they have. And what we had was a pile of documents, and we needed somebody to explain to us what it means. My beloved Michael Woods, whom lots of people were searching for. You cannot type in the Google, I need a corporate expert, but in order to find Martin, we spent probably 4 months trying to get in touch with him and talk to him. The problem was that we could not show the documents themselves. While we are sending out requests, initially, we are explaining what's going on without exposing experts to our documents. So only if we trust the expert, we can share the documents. But if they promise that those documents would not be published by them, because it might impact other people, and it's more or less not risky being a journalist here in Ukraine, but in other countries it might be risky. So there were 600+ journalists, and a small mistake like that might be costly to some of our colleagues. So we did manage to find the right experts eventually, and I'm grateful to all of those who found Martin for us, and we had Graham as well. Graham, whom Luke knows well. Now, filming done by beautiful Luke. Nothing would happen without him, which is a great advantage of a global project. That means that around the world you can easily find people you trust, people whom you can ask to go into the field and do all the field work that you are not able to do yourself. And Luke knows quite well what's happening here in Ukraine, and it was quite interesting for him to get involved, by the way. And I was thinking to myself, well, probably there is nothing interesting in this story, but Luke told me, we will shine light on public servants. Servants of the people, so to speak. And that's actually a gospel truth, because first of all, you feel great about doing the right stuff. Well, filming was riddled with challenges, because when you work here with your own operator, you can ask them to change the picture, do something else, but doing it remotely makes it very difficult. And by the way, it was all multiplied by coronavirus lockdown restrictions, and that was the reason why we could not travel. And most of the investigation done in London, and the filming was done by Luke there. Well, actually, the filming was done by Will Jordan, who works in CRP as a video producer, and this is the second video that Will was filming in London. And for me, Will, like a British SWAT team guy, and I said, well, hopefully I'll be able to travel to London sometime. Well, comments. Nobody wanted to talk to us, even to present their position, to tell their story. At this screenshot, you see Boris Shefir, the only guy who made some comments we called him, and those of you who haven't watched this interview, please do, because it's a beautiful one. Well, in this film, it looks like that we were calling people, and those who responded, that's whom we managed to interview. But actually, I was asking for interviews from early summer, asking for a meeting to explain what's the financial structure of Kvartal 95 of this production company, but people refused. We were visiting concerts, trying to talk to guys directly, but they refused to talk to us. We attended press conferences, they refused to talk to us, so no comments received from them. And well, that's their problem, actually. Not our gain, but it's definitely their cost for not speaking to us. And actually, that was first time ever in my experience when I had to think how to properly formulate the request to the president. Initially, I came up with a list of like 20 questions, and Audrey Belford worked with us at that time. Recently, he went back to Australia, where he's originally from. So they said, let's give people the chance for a fair response. And in 3 paragraphs, we stated all our key findings about Meltex, dividends, about real estate, about Privat Bank. Everything we found, we mentioned there. And I was afraid that now that they would read it, they will start thinking in advance how to destroy our position. But since Audrey, myself, and Luke voted for this, and 2 more experienced people voted in favor for this, and they're more convincing than myself, so we decided, okay, let's do it this way. So we sent those key findings to everyone, to all the main players, and then 3 pages of questions. Please respond to at least something, but this idea of giving a chance for a fair response, I loved it, because then you would have the feeling that you did everything you could do, because going to sleep, I was thinking, well, dividends, they might not have been paid, they might be paid later, but here we stated, that's the document that we have. In paragraph 7, it says this is the amount of dividends that was paid. So was our understanding correct that you were paid this amount as dividends or not? And then you go to sleep with clear consciousness because you asked the right questions, but you never received the responses. Well, nice story, but we have 5 more speakers waiting in line, so let's cut it short. This particular story, let's try to talk to Luke Garding, and we'll have a Q&A session at the end. But now let's talk to Luke Garding. Luke, as a follow-up to the story that Yelena just shared with us, and in response to the Guardian cover page where Zelensky is taller than anybody else, above everyone else. So why do you think this story is especially important for international media? Why so many international media were picking up on this story? And let me explain why I'm asking this question. Because here in Ukraine, we, investigative journalists, have been asked lots of questions, well, questions to Yelena in particular, for instance, that it's been known for a long time already. Some member of parliament has published some information about those offshore accounts. You haven't found anything new. So what do you think? What are the novelties? What's new that we managed to uncover? Why it's important, not only for Ukrainian media, but for international as well?
Can you hear me okay? Warm greetings to Kiev from London and the UK. I mean, first of all, just to say at the outset, I wasn't responsible for the image which made Zelensky very tall. That was just done by our kind of graphic designer. But I mean, I think it was a very important story to do for several reasons. First of all, when we did Panama Papers, I was involved in Panama Papers in 2016. The accusation immediately from the Kremlin, from Dmitry Peskov, from Russian state, was that this was a leak organized by Western intelligence services, the CIA, MI6, God knows who. And obviously that wasn't true. I mean, that wasn't the case that time, and it wasn't the case this time with Pandora. And I mean, I think the Zelensky story was very important because, if this is a CIA operation, then you would strike his name out. But actually, we found him together with his Quartal friends and close associates with this scheme. I think what we saw was that 2 things struck me. One, that as Yelena said, the presidential administration in Kiev didn't engage with us at all at any time. We tried to do the right thing. We sent them questions. We were very polite. We waited almost too long, and they decided they were going to kind of impersonate an ostrich and just hide, and maybe this story would go away. And of course, it didn't go away. And the other key thing was that actually the scheme may have been set up in 2012, but the detail was new. We still don't fully understand what Maltex was about, whether Zelensky received dividends or not. But it's clear, I think the political point is clear, that unfortunately, despite promising to clean up Ukraine's political system, to de-oligarchize, to move away from this shadow government and administration, actually, the Zelensky government in some respects is quite similar to the Poroshenko government, and the Poroshenko government is not totally different from the Yanukovych government. I mean, you know this better than anybody. It was interesting, and it was also part of a global trend. I mean, just a couple of quick points before I pass on to the next panelists. What was also interesting from this investigation with Yelena and with Aubrey is the centrality of London. Every time we get a mega leak of millions of documents, we find the super rich from Ukraine, from Russia, from Azerbaijan, buying property in London, sending their kids to the UK, and above all, using UK corporate structures. I mean, 2/3 of the companies we found in the Pandora Papers were registered in the British Virgin Islands, which is a kind of UK jurisdiction. And I was just amused, I don't know if anyone followed, but last week, Boris Johnson said in response to one of the many scandals which are kind of surrounding him. The UK is not a corrupt country. The UK is not a corrupt country. And that's sort of true insofar as, you know, the Italian mafia are not operating in central London, where the Shafirs have a very nice apartment, which I saw. But it's true insofar as my country facilitates this. You know, your money is stolen in Ukraine and very often finds its way into British banks, British offshore jurisdictions, and so on. And so actually, we are a corrupt country, I'm afraid. And I think there's this really troubling symbiosis between oligarchs in the post-Soviet world and sort of Western financial services where I am. And, you know, we learned this from Pandora. Just one final point, which is that we keep on doing these leaks. I mean, I've been doing a huge number of investigations over the last decade. I wrote a book about Edward Snowden. I've followed the Russian money trail. I did Pandora papers, Panama papers, Paradise papers. We get more and more documents to the point where almost the data kings and data queens are the most crucial parts of this story. And it was interesting, Elena, talking about, you know, would the story work? Would it land? I mean, in a way, nothing happened, right? Zelensky is still there. These criminal, quasi-criminal practices are still going on. The offshore world still revolves. But I think we as investigative journalists, whether we're in Ukraine or Canada or Bulgaria or Russia, all we can do is shed light in dark places and at least pump more information into the system and give voters, citizens, our readers a chance to make their own minds up. And most of all, in this age of cacophony and noise and disinformation and state propaganda, to actually tell the truth so best we can. Thank you.
Люк, у тебя еще есть 3 минуты.
Luke, you still have 3 minutes, so let me ask you one question, or probably I would even have time for 2 questions. The first one is, how typical is it that actors from such countries as Ukraine are actually owners or co-owners of 3 apartments in London? How accessible is real estate in London for an average Joe from the street, right? Can you afford buying an apartment? Because right now we have smear campaign against our investigative journalists. We are being now blamed that each kiosk owner has an offshore account now, and why we are focusing on the president. So whether it's a high-profile story about the foreign politicians owning apartments or flats in London. So is it something that an average statistical guy can afford?
It's a huge scandal. It's a big problem. If you go around areas of West London, very expensive areas, Mayfair, parts of Kensington, at night, the lights are off. The lights are off because the owners essentially don't actually live there. They're very often non-British foreigners, kleptocrats, and so on. And most people in this country cannot afford to pay £2.2 million. That's about $3 million for an apartment in Westminster, around the corner from Downing Street and where Boris Johnson lives. And I feel, you know, in answer to your question, I feel like kind of banging my head against the wall because I don't know, what can I tell you? I mean, I've written 8 books. Two of them have been turned into Hollywood movies. And I live 30 miles outside London in a house that might have been designed by a 5-year-old because I can't afford to own somewhere in the center. So what the Ukrainian friends of Zelensky did is most unusual. To have an offshore company to buy a flat like this, to keep it empty, this is only really what the global super elite can do. So you have a story, we were right to publish it, and I think the presidential administration is just feeling rather unhappy about what we did.
Спасибо тебе большое. Еще такой один.
Thank you very much. One short question. What was the response to what extent this investigation became known in Great Britain. Whether there was some response from legislators, attempts to change legislation, to change the situation, to stop money delivery to UK, which causes the growth of price for apartments in the center of London, which becomes not accessible for UK citizens. Your citizens suffer, while citizens from Ukraine transfer their money to other countries and invest in your assets. Was it the kind of response of the authorities of UK to what happened?
Yeah, I mean, there was a big response, not just to the Ukraine story, the Zelensky story, but to the Pandora papers in general. And actually, on Monday, I was meeting with a group of MPs and talking to them about Russia, about Ukraine, about kleptocracy, corruption, and so on. I mean, the problem we face, very briefly, is that the government of Boris Johnson is compromised. There are several extremely wealthy Moscow-linked, Russian-born emigres who now live in London who have given millions of pounds to the Conservative Party. And there's a big question mark about whether their money is corrupt money, whether there is a kind of political agenda, because, as we know, Moscow supports kind of hard right, is pro-Brexit, against the European Union, and tries to destabilize countries it doesn't like, including Ukraine, but also including UK as well. So there was big resonance here. I mean, there are moves, for example, to try and de-anonymize the property system, property register, so that if you are Yakolev, say, or Sheffield, and you buy a London property using an offshore company, that you would have to declare your real name, which you don't have to do at the moment. But the problem is that Boris Johnson doesn't really care. He is surrounded by very wealthy people. His friends use offshore. He is very laid back about money. Incredibly amoral guy, a sort of blonde, English, posh Donald Trump. So I don't expect anything to happen immediately, but this issue is definitely there. But for the moment, unfortunately, London is still a comfortable destination for Ukrainian money, for Ukrainian oligarchs, and the circus continues.
Спасибо тебе большое, Люк. Хотела бы передать...
Thank you very much, Luke. I want to give floor to Olesya from Important Stories. I have sympathy to your editorial board. I support the work you are doing. It's difficult work. You're doing it under Putin's presidency, because situation with the freedom of speech in Russia leaves much to be desired. And to tell your story, in August, several months before the publication of Pandora papers, your agency was recognized as a foreign agent. And I know that you, Alisa, published investigation about nearest surrounding of Putin. General Director of Channel 1 and the main promoter of Putin policy about Geneva and about alleged Putin's mistress, Svetlana Krivanova. Tell us about your work in conditions, and you were recognized as a foreign agent, whether it made your investigation process harder. Tell about the main findings, how your work was going on. Did you have obstacles? Maybe they were threatening you. How communication was happening? Were you receiving answers to questions that you asked? Because we in Ukraine, we were asking questions but didn't hear all the answers yet. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for your high assessment of our work. It is true. our important story outlet was recognized as a foreign agent. Me and my colleagues who were working with Pandora papers were personally recognized as foreign agents. And when our publication was imminent, we were registered as foreign agent, and we were taken to prosecutor's office. You know what happened with Roman Badayev project? They were recognized as undesirable agency, and they were closed. Agency non grata. We were afraid that same thing will happen with us. So last weeks of our work was going on not in Russia. All our team left Russia, and we knew that our foreign colleagues were also sending requests to Putin's surroundings, to members of parliament and other important persons, and we suspected that for authorities it would not be difficult to understand who is working on this project in Russia. So we had to leave to avoid arrests or searches in our office. But answering your questions, whether this status of foreign agent prevented our work? Yes, to some extent, yes. When you realize that they are targeting you with their gun, it's much more difficult for you to work psychologically. We felt very serious pressure that made our work complicated. Instead of doing real things, we were forced to provide interview every day, telling foreign colleagues and colleagues from other Russian outlets whether we is really a foreign agent, and that this law on foreign agents is terrible, it should be revoked. But still, we had a very well-organized system of work. We decided that this time we shall use our network and use as many people as possible. We divided different pieces of news to different editorial boards. And we're taking people who were working in the surroundings of Putin's so-called family, getting this information step by step and included all that into database. And we got a lot of findings. And then our chief editor, who was taking part in other big projects like Panama Papers, he was saying that in Russia, this project is comparable with Panama Papers by number of findings that we made. Not to take into account stories about the main Putin's proponents, Konstantin Ernest, who is the head of Channel 1. Or if you don't take the story about one of the closest friends, Sergei Chemyshev, who is the head of Rostech Corporation. We also found Nikolai Tokarev, who is the head of Rostransneft. We found the story about his son-in-law. Apart from such notorious cases, we found other 6 persons from closest surrounding of Putin. Svetlana Krivonohich was one of them, whom we know from in the story of Project, which became non grata in Russia. Apart from Svetlana Krivonohich, we found other people who were mentioned in other offshore stories previously, but then we found some people, German Brecht, head of Sberbank, Nobody expected him to be engaged in these offshore companies. Everybody thought that he's a crystal clear person, but still he was connected to offshore. We found numerous members of parliament, Alexei Chepelet. You mentioned assets in Great Britain. He had an offshore that bought a very expensive apartment in downtown London, in the district that you mentioned today. I don't remember exact name of this district, but it cost huge money, almost 2.5 billion ruble, plus a garage to it. Apart from finding members of parliament to whom the law doesn't allow having such expensive apartments abroad, who possessed offshore companies, bank accounts with huge amounts of money, we found another indication of hypocrisy of Russian power. A great number of members of parliament stand for fight with foreign interference, with foreign impact, and they state all the time, you must conduct de-offshorization. Putin is saying that. Let us fight against offshore. Everybody started laughing. But Putin argued, it's not funny, but then he started laughing himself because he realizes how unrealistic it is. But many members of parliament who were adopting laws about sanctions, Dima Yakovlev, who were banning foreigners to adopt children, orphans from Russia, who made decisions about annexation of Crimea, they allegedly are against everything foreign, but they or their members of families keep their money in offshore accounts. Konstantin Ernst, head of Channel 1, is making statements, propaganda statements, that it is unacceptable. Money should stay in Russia and work in Russia. Due to leak of Pandora papers, we could prove that was Ernst says is contrary to what he does, as well as other members of parliament where they buy apartments, where they send their children to study. I have mentioned already a friend of Putin who was always alleging he never possessed yachts or any luxury assets. We found a yacht that was owned by a company owned by his adopted daughter. And then he had a huge amount of money, the account in Spain. My colleague who worked at previous leakage, mother-in-law of Chemezov, allegedly possessed a villa in Spain. And his mother-in-law and his children were always placing their photos in Instagram, what wonderful vacation they had. And after leak of Pandora papers, we found that this villa is in their possession. And we remembered all those pictures when children showed how well they were relaxing in this villa. Then we sent inquiries to all the characters, but number of responses was very few. Konstantin Ernst answered, but said he is a law-abiding person, never violating any law, because his mom taught him that. But his background is that Konstantin Ernst secretly decided to buy out several dozens of old Moscow movie theater that were architectural monuments, and people who were going to this movie theaters, they liked the architectural legacy, but his company bought them all out and got the right for their reconstruction. But in fact, they were demolished and huge trading centers were constructed instead. And the partners of Konstantin Erdnes denied that he was connected with that. But after leak of Pandora papers, we found that that was the company that he owned, and state banks gave him huge loans to do it. On the day when Sochi Olympic Games were opened, Konstantin Ernst was the main producer covering this event. Probably that was the gift given to him by Putin for the wonderful job that he did. So we received at least some kind of answer from him. Several other members of parliament provided answers, but there was nothing substantial there. When at a press conference, journalists asked Konstantin Peskov about that. His answer was wonderful. He said, "Oh, it's nothing. No need to check it. We need a serious public. Your publication was not serious enough." Peskov said, I can quote, "Why you're talking about such allegations based on God knows what? It's not the ground for serious check. First, you must make a serious publication." Sorry for interrupting me. That reminds me the response of Vladimir Zelensky. He said that he didn't like this story. That story was not worth attention. Being a professional, I can say that your story is not good. That was what Zelensky said. But of course, what he meant that there are no serious ground for any checks. If you provide some more specific data, then we shall start some investigation. Now I don't see reason for that. Same way as Zhensky didn't like this story, Vladimir Putin also didn't like our investigation about his ex-son-in-law and his daughter. He said, well, I was reading it, but I didn't finish reading it. Too much written, but nothing special there. But then he was quoting the facts from the very end, although he alleged that he hasn't finished it. Probably he started reading it from the end. Maybe he saw the video if he couldn't read the text. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. We shall move forward because time is limited. Number of speakers is quite big. Next, I suggest Atanas from Bulgaria. I know that one of the key investigations by Bulgarian partners was about an oligarch, a former member of parliament, Mr. Pivsky. When he was a member of parliament, he opened 3 offshore companies and even received revenues, $100,000 in 2016. Atanas, I wanted to ask you such a question, which is quite important for all our colleagues. We in Ukraine, journalists who make investigations are always accused. Why are you touching big business? Because big business always has huge transactions connected with money laundering. And they're huge, therefore their money transactions are also very big. Tell us how you were working with leaked materials from Pandora papers, what else you found worth attention, how you were working in conditions of COVID pandemic.
Атанас, не слышим.
You need to switch on your mic.
Сейчас слышно?
Да, теперь слышно. Да, извини.
Хорошо. Так.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Yeah. In Bulgaria, big business is directly connected to public procurement system and corruption. That's why we are not that much embarrassed of investigating large businesses, and it turns out that this member of parliament, Persky, was a deputy in the parliament, but after we have shown him from Pandora papers, law enforcement people were interviewing him, including tax authority, but he said that, well, I need immunity, and for that he was re-elected. So he was the biggest fish that we have caught in Pandora. Also another politician whom nobody suspected because he used to have a good reputation, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, and another former Minister of Defense, Mladenov, who was also then Special Representative of UN on Middle East, and if I'm not mistaken, he also worked in Libya. So a person who enjoyed a very good reputation and high level of integrity, but as it turns out, he also had an offshore, owned it, even though he claimed that he opened it sometime but forgot about it. That we're not aware about any financial transactions because there was not a lot of financial information in Pandora papers about Bulgarian politicians. So those guys use their own names, but others that we might not even be aware of because they are hiding behind the names of their wives, members of their families, relatives. We have found one guy who bought an expensive apartment and registered it in the name of a lady who gave birth to 4 of his kids, but they have not been officially registered as man and wife. So the biggest challenge for us, well, the country is small, but 200 plus actors from Bulgaria, and only few of them were public figures. Lots of businessmen, but also lots of fake owners. That is to say, they live in the poor neighborhoods. Their profile is that of a person who cannot even write their name without a mistake. So how could they be owners of offshores? Obviously, they've been using their name to cover the true beneficial owner. In Bulgaria, we had extensively covered Pandora papers. Every day we would add additional information about additional actors there. For instance, about 2 bankers who stole money from their bank using the offshore account, about 500 million euros, and again using those fake names. But then people kept mum and didn't talk about this. Why? Because every TV station has ads paid by this bank. So the authorities initially were enthusiastic enough, claiming that they will deal with each and every name on Pandora Papers, but they also went silent after we reported that those bankers stole the money. That's the worst story that we uncovered, and they've been audited by the European Bank of Reconstruction Development, and the government tried to save that bank and invested a lot of money from the state budget, and now those money were stolen. And by the end of this year, we will publish 2 more stories about the lawyers, the attorneys who work with politicians. And soon, in a couple of days, we'll be able to prove that they actually own the assets, even though the government claimed that they are not. Atanas, do you have any story about coronavirus, how tough it is to investigate? Oh yeah, of course. We have started our work after the first wave. In Bulgaria, we didn't have that many restrictions imposed, so we didn't experience any problems with running the investigation the way we liked it. But we haven't yet found any information about yachts or real estate abroad. When we start traveling, that's probably when we're gonna face some problems. Okay, thanks a lot. Now let's move to Moldova. We'll make this cross-continental jump. And from Rise Moldova online, we have a person who will talk about our beloved Moldovan oligarch Plakhatnyuk, who is notorious not only in Moldova but here in Ukraine as well. We know that one of the key stories was about him, and that in his trust in New Zealand they found $180 million. So the same question here that I asked to Atanas, how the story about oligarchs, and how important is it for you, Jan? Why in this big leak of Pandora Papers, the story about Plakhatnyuk proved to be one of the key stories? Good evening, everyone. Well, actually, this oligarch is no longer living in Moldova for the last 2 years. He was hiding himself in the United States, then in Turkey, but his influence on the politics in Moldova is still huge, because for dozens of years he was the one who was controlling all of the important government decisions, lots of businesses that he owns. So now we have finally received the data that allowed us to actually prove how he created this financial criminal structure that he headed. Most of our investigations are about his former cronies, because he had a number of, like a posse, his friends who had a huge impact on politicians. That's why we call it financial criminal group. My colleague, Yuri Sanoza, was investigating the story of him hiding in New Zealand. Then he moved to Cyprus because New Zealand was no longer a haven for him. They became more transparent, while in Cyprus you could still hide all that information. So in respect of Plakhatnyuk, what I would like to add here is this. After we have published the results of our investigation, the Prosecutor's General Office has announced that we will check all those data, but Prosecutor General was arrested after the statement, and now he's the one who is being investigated. And unfortunately, we don't know what will be the future of that investigation. We used such pictures like this just to trying to illustrate what our story was talking about. And even though some of the stories seem to be not that important, I have found 56 documents in Pandora papers that allows us to understand what was the structure of ownership. There was another person who was Plakhatnyuk's business partner, but he cheated his business partner out of business. Now he is on the large in Germany, and now he wants to go back to Moldova and clear his name because he believes that there was a libel against him in Moldova. But another interesting story was about former Vice Prime Minister of Economy, the head of Moldova Telecom, Telecom, the monopolist. So again, we gathered lots of documents proving that he had one company in Belize and another in a small Austrian bank, Uram. I knew him. I used to work for him. But then I had to leave. So when I gave him a call, and I asked, and I told him why I'm looking for him, he was in the monastery in Greece on the Afon mountain, and he said, well, you need to come here to me. And then he said, oh, come on, you don't have a story. We can agree how you will cover it. He still thought that we can come to some sort of an agreement. But as it turns out, all those business partners of Plakhatnyuk would not want to go visible. They don't want any information published about them, because after we did publish this information, the investigation started, criminal investigations. Police came to him and found lots of cash and jewelry for Swarovski, diamonds, and mining farm right in his at his home, in his apartment. So people are quite well-to-do, but like Plakhatnyuk, they're all on the run, at large. Some hiding in Romania or in other places. They have created ways out of the country in advance so that they would be able to hide from the law enforcement. Another story was about the former Prime Minister of Moldova, who was actually sitting in the prison, but that was another story about billions. So the documents from Pandora Papers allowed us to better understand how exactly he was hiding in Gibraltar. So the company was opened in Gibraltar, but the rubber stamp that they used for the documents, corporate documents, he was keeping in Moldova in his office. So basically, regardless which jurisdiction the company was registered at, all those stamps were in his Moldovan office. Then he claimed that actually those stamps were planted on him by attorneys. But again, unfortunately, we published only 8 stories so far. But that's not a few, I would say. Actually, thank you for all the work that you're doing. Actually, I have a question to ask. You said that as soon as Prosecutor General made a statement against Plakhatnyuk, they launched an investigation against him. But my question is about you, the journalists, you as the authors of this investigation. Are you feeling safe? Can you comment on this? Have you been threatened? Have they started some criminal cases against you? No. Well, this Vice Prime Minister told me amicably, don't write about this. He was not threatening me because he knew that we'll still write and publish it, so no threats. But with Plakhatnyuk, we were not able to talk to him. We can only talk to his attorney. And the attorney said, I'll pass your questions to Plakhatnyuk, but I cannot guarantee that he will respond to you. So we had also half a dozen people who were directly and indirectly connected to Plakhatnyuk. But unfortunately, I said that only 8 articles. Well, we didn't get that much access to the documents. Well, actually, for a brief duration, for only 6 weeks. But the documents were a lot, but not enough as evidence, at least what would be important for my investigation. But at least it was helpful for me to know what to look at, and it was the starting point for my investigation. And we have another speaker, Alex from Canada. You've been listening to all the previous keynote speakers, and the question to you is this. Well, by the way, Alex has been involved in a lot of investigations by ICAJ and in lots of international investigations. And in Pandora Papers, you were able to investigate 2 Canadians. One of them was a racer, and another was the skating champion, right? So I would like to tell you that here in Ukraine, I was not able to find a single investigative journalist who would be investigating athletes and the sports industry. It's a niche that needs to be filled. So, Alex, why do you believe that investigations about sports or about athletes or about celebrities who became celebrities by being well-known athletes? So why in the Western media there is a huge interest about such investigations, so that we'll understand why we're lacking such interest here? Well, I will start by saying that I was not directly involved in those investigations, not about Jacques Villeneuve, the racer, or the skater. I was not doing it myself, but I definitely wrote a lot about not sports people per se, athletes, but about celebrities, because that's what people are interested to read about, celebrities. People who always find themselves on a pedestal, figuratively and directly, and so when they are caught red-handed, well, then it's of interest to people, but none of them are superstars. And that's why those stories were not high profile at all, because Jacques Villeneuve and Formula One races are not very popular in Canada now, but it was even 20 years ago, and he's not residing in Canada, and that's basically was the main point of that story. Elvis Stoica used to be a well-known skater 20 years ago. Now he's a nobody, and so if only these would be some, I don't know, hockey players, ice hockey players, or baseball players, those sports that are more important for Canada, then it will be of a higher profile.
All depends to what extent people are intrigued with this story. But I think that we're discussing all these things, but I believe that all of us should step back a little and think what we are providing to the public. We should start thinking that, on the one hand, our stories are important, but how to make them interesting and how to make them important, that the public understands these things. And it seems to me that as regards these two things, we're not very successful. Me, myself, I'm engaged in all that for 10 years, but results are not giving me hope. People are reading or listening to the news that we provide, but I don't feel real pleasure on politicians. It is not only your problem, countries of the former Soviet Union. In the West, or in the countries where all these offshores are located, this impact is even less. What is important for us journalists to start thinking how we are doing what we are doing, what for we are doing, and what solutions we offer. Luke was speaking about that a little. I wanted to show what he made.
Luke Harding did a story for The Guardian. It was an animated feature right after the, I guess, the papers were released. And it's essentially about what these things are all about. Why offshores are a problem, why we should care about them, what people do. It's done in a very interesting way. As I say, it's animated, so it's a combination, like a little cartoon. It's easy to follow, it's easy to digest. It conveys to you the importance of it. And I think those are the kinds of things that are in some ways more important than, hour-long, hour-and-a-half long, or incredibly long articles in the Washington Post and the New York Times. I'm not, we've done the same thing. We, at the CBC, we've had long online features about this, and I'm not sure how effective they are. And I think this is something that we need to, I just want to give one very specific example of something that kind of got me to think about the problem. I was talking to someone in Ukraine, actually a friend who is a journalist who understands all of this stuff, and he said, "Look, what's the big deal? This, it's a problem when people live in a country like Ukraine or a country like Russia, which doesn't have the rule of law, and they have money, and they want to make sure that the money doesn't get stolen, doesn't disappear, and they need to put money offshore, abroad." And I said to him, "Yeah, that's all true, but why does it have to be secret? I mean, why not just put it into a bank account the way I do? I have a bank account abroad, so to speak. I mean, I have my bank account in Canada. So if you open an account in Canada, that would be abroad for you. But why do you have to make it secret?" And we know why. But that's not something that, generally speaking, when we do these stories, that we explain to people. If somebody at a fairly high level, a journalist who understands all this stuff, on the other hand, doesn't understand that that's the real problem. It means that we're failing at conveying this to the public.
Ну, тут можно спорить.
One can argue with what you say, because one of the ideas of ICAJ in this project, in Pandora Papers project, in the previous project, Fins and Fine, the idea was that banks have helping money laundering for big businesses, for politicians, or for certain criminals. And the focus was at banks, and then legislation was changed in USA. Now banks, big international banks, are obliged to report to Treasury Department who is behind offshore company. This is that offshore company. Now FinCEN sees who is the real owner of all offshore company. What was the problem previously? We saw all those reports that banks were sending one offshore company, sent to other offshore company. They were transferring money from one company to the other, but no real names were mentioned. So as a result of FinCEN project, legislation changed in banking sphere. The idea of Pandora Papers was to demonstrate participation of lawyers in creating these offshore schemes, that when law enforcement comes to these lawyers, they can say, oh, this is my client's secret. This is my relation with the client. This is the end. It seems to me that some things are changing. Maybe the form of presentation is not what broad audience would like. It's not like this serial Seventh of the People that was so popular in Ukraine. But I think, but nevertheless, we should continue doing our job, no matter how hard it is. I know that in the audience we have people who would like to ask questions. Not much time is left, but if you have questions, I will give you the microphone. I have a question to Yelena. You mentioned that when you sent an inquiry to presidential administration to get answers to this question, and you were worried that presidential administration can organize a kind of press conference, leaking this information before that your colleagues from abroad were dependent upon. The question was, what time before the release of this story you sent your request for information to presidential office? And do you agree things like that, general interview, when it will be conducted and by whom? We have agreed about all that with our colleagues from the very beginning. As Tanya said, people who are interested in one topic, they get cooperated from the very beginning. If one of them found something, the other found, we have our internal chat. Other colleagues of Luke from The Guardian were helping us searching in real estate registered in UK. Not 3 of us, some 10 people were working on that, and we all were communicating. When Luke started knocking the door of the apartments of our interest, we were discussing together how we shall do it, whether you knock at the door or just come and have a look. When you're making a story, we understand that it will take more time than print, but one should realize what is more important, to knock on the door, or just have a look and then come again. We all have agreed in advance. I'll try to remember the questions. I wrote the list of questions that Aubrey reviewed it, say, oh no, let's remove this question, let's add this, then looked at that, and then lawyers did it. When we were writing story about FinCEN, you're right. Please provide the answer until 5 p.m. such and such day. If you don't provide this answer, we believe that you refuse to give us the answer. So we are waiting until 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. And we also write Central European Time because the request is sent with the heading ICAJ, Joint RCRP, партнерство, all media participating are mentioned. And if it's sent it on behalf of the guardians, Luke must have a look at what we are sending when maybe we are asking wrong questions. We all review it. Then you leave the contact number. Then it will be easier to communicate. You must check it with your email. But it seems to me that was 12th of September, 2 weeks. No, 3 weeks before. 3 weeks in advance. I will double check. If it is important to you, I will double check it. Other questions? Then I will ask a couple of questions. I have a question to Olesa. In this huge leakage, Pandora Papers, the greatest number of Russian citizens are engaged. Ukraine is number 5. My question is how you picked up the stories, how you were selecting the people about whom you would like to write. What was the priority given? We found many more people that we published information about. I had very many of them. And I think we didn't find many things more. But in our publications, the main focus was we picked up a person, if that a public figure who is always calling to make deauthorization. So remove all offshore companies. Sorry, that was my dog. So the other feature that when there was a blatant violation of law, according to the law, a governmental official was not allowed to possess such apartments. Or we could see that amounts of money or property that they possess is huge, and it's not in their declarations, or it's much more than their income, legal income is. We had very conspicuous stories. Ex-members of parliament, they had their offshore company, but when the law was introduced that offshore became unlawful, they sold their offshores or closed their offshores. So we crossed them out from our publications. There were cases when our alleged heroes were calling us, and we started discussing things with them, and then the editor or we were coming to conclusions that maybe we shall not include them. So we were limiting our appetites, but entire editorial board was working, and within a long period of time of our investigation, we found many things, but I'm sure that even more things are not found. If you do not know, just tomorrow, an interesting continuation of Pandora will happen. This is a secret news. If Detector Media is watching us, please don't disclose it until tomorrow. I have a question to you, Elena. There was a press conference or press marathon, as Zelensky press secretary insisted. Only 30 media outlets were invited. Slidstvo was not invited. Investigative journalists were not invited. So my first question to you is why you were not invited? And second question, when you saw how Anticorruption Agency checked Zelensky declaration after disclosure of the papers, and when you saw the results, what question would you ask them? And what question would you ask Zelensky if you had such a possibility? In fact, I was on business trip at that moment. I was writing to Press Secretary Nikiforov, asking for accreditation, but no answer from Zelensky Press Secretary. I listened what my colleagues were asking, how Maxim Savchuk was asking. Actually, there were no questions about offshore during this press conference. They all were focused at their topic. It looks like offshores were not of interest to anyone. We are all colleagues. We talk between ourselves because questions about offshore is very complicated, and it must be clearly formulated. And when you ask several questions, he cannot remember them all. He's putting them down. When we talk about the finance, there are 3 companies. I would rather ask about all the 3 companies. But I would give a warning. We have 3 questions. Money from Privatbank, money from Kolomoisky. Are there any suspicious things in it? There were moments when your offshore companies were getting money and then were buying apartments in London. It looks suspicious for me. So what for? You were transferred $40 million. If it is for your performances or for your contracts with Plus, 2Plus company, TV channel, or if your company was receiving dividends in 2019, it is not lawful. Head of Anti-Corruption Agency answered to our inquiry that Zelensky declaration is okay. But they have not made a request to those who alleged that there are mistakes in the declaration and then conclude that everything is okay. After their response, I got even more questions. And I became even more confident that it was necessary to do this story. So they wrote to us, this is the answer from company's board of directors, since he doesn't possess this company. Why he has communication with directors of this company if he doesn't possess it any law? So it is known entirely who is using these apartments in London. If Luke is with us, could you double-check it somehow or find who is living in these apartments in London and what is the price of the rent if it is leased to someone? Apartments connected with President Zelensky, if they are leased to someone, what is the price of the rent?
Yeah, well, I was chatting with a guy outside who lived in a similar apartment, not in the one that Yakovlev had bought, and he was saying about £2,500 a month, which is $4,000, so not huge, but I think Zelensky Friends apartments are bigger and nicer. But if you ask me nicely, I will go around there again and see if I can have a cup of tea and find out, and I will report back.
Спасибо большое. Еще вопрос такой, наверное, ко всем.
Well, another question is probably a generic question to all of the speakers, and actually we have overstepped our deadline already, but still I would have to ask the audience here whether you have any questions. Well, if not, then the question is about the challenges that you have faced in this project. Anything worth mentioning to us? And what benefits such projects might generate to all of us? What are the pros and cons, pluses and minuses, so to speak, of such collaborations that might last for years? Lena, probably will start with you. I'm extremely grateful for any opportunity to work with a project like this, and I can wish all of you similar experience. You learn a lot, but you get satisfaction from your work. You are being assisted by others. You assist others yourself. Beautiful feeling indeed. Cons, well, unfortunately, there are travel restrictions right now. Obviously, I would love to be an eyewitness myself, but it's not that much a con. Luca, I saw you raising a hand, right?
Yeah. Just the one thing we haven't talked about is the legal threat. I mean, Yelena talked about going to people in advance and putting the allegations to them, but actually, it's really hard publishing these kind of projects because certainly in London, every oligarch will hire a law firm to threaten us. We had so many letters saying that they would sue us, they would take legal action. Actually, very few did, but I just wanted to point out that a very good friend and colleague of mine, Catherine Belton, who's written a brilliant book called Putin's People, has literally been sued by 5 oligarchs, including Igor Sechin and Rosneft, including Mikhail Friedman. These are Russian oligarchs. And the case is still going on, and she's now being sued by one oligarch, which is Roman Abramovich. And it's a really ugly battle. It's a billionaire, a multi-billionaire against investigative journalists. And this is a real issue that investigative journalists face, that we can get everything right, and we still have to spend hours, possibly weeks, possibly months, defending our stories, defending our reputations in court. And I think it's a big issue, and unfortunately, I think it's got worse actually in recent years, that very rich people are willing to sue and try and shut down and suppress proper public interest journalism.
Да, тут надо отметить, что на самом деле законодательство по прессе, да, скажем так, закон о информации в Великобритании, он...
The law or the Information Act in the UK is one of the most stringent worldwide, and oligarchs make use of it because when they threat to litigate, often enough media, because of such threats, would decide not to publish a story. It's easier to drop a story than to waste time and money for attorneys and court hearings. So for the colleagues from the Great Britain, such projects might be very tough from the legal standpoint. Legalistically speaking, they are under threat of being litigated. Now, Alicia, would you care to comment? Working with projects like this is always a pleasure, especially professionally, because you can work together with best colleagues from around the globe. So it's a great honor to be part of such projects. I wouldn't say that I had any cons, but as a journalist, what I was lacking in this leak, that we can see that a person owns an offshore, but nothing else could be understood. We'd love to have more information about transactions, the nature of business of this company, something like that. And lots of stories died out because we have learned about the ownership of the company, but we didn't know about this company itself, whether it's profit-making, what's its turnover, and but it's still not an excuse not to write such stories, even though Peskov claimed that this is not a serious publication, but we know that each of such publications is being attentively read by the Kremlin, and people from around the globe would learn about what's going on in Russia. Yeah, unfortunately, we had to leave our country, but that's not about our stories. It's about the regime that doesn't make it possible for us to stay in the country, and people involved in this project recognize that and acknowledge that this is a risk. But still, it's an important international project, and we're not getting any form of the response from our authorities. But in Russia, we keep telling ourselves the history will show who's who, and we're writing this history, we're making it rich and realistic, and we demonstrate something that is more of an interest to people than what Konstantin Ernst is showing on Channel 1. Well, we'll let you go because your dog needs probably to go out, and Atanas, the floor is back to you. An interesting challenge that we witnessed is that mainstream media was attacking us. Even fake Pandora papers came into existence in the Politiken register. When they claimed that they got information about some offshore from Pandora papers, but then we had to make the announcement that actually there is nothing like that. So our colleagues made our life difficult, and instead of doing our job, we had to deflect the attacks. Quite interesting story indeed, because here in Ukraine they have shared a publication with me from an unknown outlet where they said, as Pandora papers learned, and they mentioned names and stated some offshore accounts. I double-checked Pandora papers, and no such names, no such offshore accounts could be found there. So somebody has generated the publication claiming that they received this information from a reputable source, but our job is to be a watchdog and keep track of any publications. So Sledstvo Info is the only source that you can trust. Alex, would you have any comments to make about this big leak and what it takes to bring so many?
I'm not suggesting that there's anything wrong. It's fantastic. These are invigorating projects. It's incredible collaboration, which is very difficult to do in a competitive world. ICIJ is an amazing organization, and I think that there should be more and more of these kinds of things, and I think they should go beyond leaks of data, which is for 10 years that I've been doing this, it's almost always been, not all the time, but much of the time. I think that there's some kind of project about vaccines and how everything has been managed, for instance. But there are challenges, and I think that one of the things that we need to think about is it's nice for us all to get together and congratulate ourselves about how great we are. We are great, aren't we? But I think we need to engage the public. And I think that's the biggest challenge. And I think that projects like this are very difficult, aside from what Luke was saying about the legal aspect, if there's a journalistic aspect. We can't do certain things. The right to fair reply is not a luxury, it's necessary. There's a catch-22 here because of the nature of the project and its secrecy and this confidentiality, we can't really do our work for a period of time. We can't confront people. And the reality is that most of these people have no desire to be accountable for anything. They don't do interviews, they don't respond, they send out statements. And all of those things make it very difficult to put something together that engages a large chunk of the public. Yes, there have been changes. Yes, there have been improvements. I agree. I don't dispute that. But they're very slow, and they certainly look very slow to me because I've been doing this for 10 years. And in Canada, for example, I don't see any change of any significance whatsoever. All those offshores still exist in the Caribbean, in London, in New York, in various American states. This is a huge problem. These are trillions of dollars that are being essentially stolen out of circulation from the tax base. And I think that we need to find methods to convey this to the public, to get it engaged, and to actually get something changed, as opposed to simply doing these stories. And I don't want to be pessimistic about it, but I do think this is a very important thing for all of us to think about.
Спасибо большое. Мне кажется, лучшего резюме не придумать.
Thanks a lot. You can hardly find the better summation of this discussion. We'd like to thank all of the participants who overstayed for 20 minutes. They are taking the mics away from us, so thanks a lot for following us, for being with us for so long. Oleg, the floor is yours. Thank you. I would like to thank all of the participants, those who were here, Tanya and Lena, those who joined us online. Tomorrow we start at 9:30 in 3 sections. So have a good night's rest and see you tomorrow. I would like to thank the simultaneous interpreters, and I would like to thank for patience and welcome.